Welcome back to Game of Theories. Today's tale asks, what if Jon Snow's dragon blood awakened the night he touched Longclaw at Castle Black? Before we ride beyond the wall, do smash that subscribe button and ring the bell so a single story never slips past you. Now let's begin. Chapter 1. The old bear's gift ghost would not lie still, and that was the first wrong thing. The direwolf had 100 ways of being awake and only one way of being like this. He stood in the center of the cell with his hackles in a ridge from skull to tail, head low, lips peeled back over teeth the length of a man's thumb. No sound came out of him. That was the part Jon could not reason past. A dog that smelled a stranger barked. A wolf that smelled prey growled. A wolf that made no noise at all had decided that noise was a luxury it could not afford, because the thing it had scented was already close enough to kill, and the only question left was whether it would be killed first. Jon Snow lay in the dark and did the arithmetic of fear, because the arithmetic was easier than the fear. The window slit showed him nothing but black. The cold came through it the way cold always came through stone at Castle Black, patient, total, a thing that owned the room and merely permitted men to sleep in it. He had learned the cold the way a man learns a creditor. He knew the precise hour the brazier coals would die. He knew which blanket to keep against his feet. He knew that his own breath right now should be standing in the air above his mouth like a little ghost of itself. It was not. He breathed out and saw nothing. He noticed that, set it beside ghost silence, and refused for the moment to add the two together. Footsteps in the yard below, not the brisk stamp of a sentry keeping his blood moving. A slow drag, heel and then toe, the gait of a man relearning how feet worked. Jon was up and into his boots before he had finished telling himself it was nothing. The body was honest even when the mind was a coward. He took his cloak, took the iron-banded door, and Ghost went out ahead of him into the passage like smoke pulled by a draft. The Lord Commander's tower stood across the yard, and a light moved in it where no light should be. He would think afterward about how reasonable he had been. That was the thing he would not be able to forgive himself, the reasonableness. There is a dead man walking and you have noticed it, and instead of screaming the keep awake you walk toward it, because some part of you is still composing the sentence you will use to explain why you raised the alarm, and you want the sentence to be a good one. Pride is the slowest poison there is. It kills you politely. Mormont's old raven met him at the top of the stair. It came off the lintel in a clatter of black and went past his ear, shrieking the only word it ever truly meant. Burn, it said. Burn, burn, burn. The door to the Lord Commander's chambers stood open on a wedge of firelight, and inside the firelight a corpse had Jeor Mormont by the throat. Jon knew the corpse. He had helped carry it in. Other, one of Benjen Stark's lost rangers, hauled out of the wood frozen blue, and laid in a cold store these 6 days with snow still in the creases of his hands. Other had black hands now, the black of meat left too long, and where his eyes had been there were 2 points of light the color of a winter sky an hour before a blizzard. Not blue the way water is blue. Blue the way distance is blue. The blue of a thing very far away that is nonetheless, impossibly, in the room with you. The old bear was on his knees with both fists in the dead thing's wrist, and his face going the dark red of a man whose air has run out. He was the strongest old man in the world, and he was losing, because the corpse did not need air and did not feel pain and had no interest in anything but the closing of its hand. Jon did not think. He had spent the climb up the stair thinking, and it had bought him nothing, so he gave it up. He went in low and drove his shoulder into the corpse's hip, and the 3 of them went down together in a heap that knocked the table over and put the candles out. The dark, then, was a mistake, and he learned it instantly. In the dark the cold thing was faster than he was. A hand found him. It was not a hand the way a living hand is a hand, a thing of warmth and grip and intention. It was a clamp made of frozen wood, and where it closed on his forearm the cold went straight through cloth and skin and into the bone, and the bone said simply, "This is where you end." Ghost hit the corpse like a thrown stone. The weight came off Jon all at once. He heard cloth and worse than cloth tearing, heard the wet, ugly sound of a wolf taking a hand off at the wrist, heard the corpse make no sound at all about it, because the corpse did not care about its hand any more than a man cares about a hair left in a comb. He scrambled back across the floor with his ruined arm tucked against his chest and his good hand sweeping for a weapon, and the good hand found, instead, the overturned brazier and a single live coal among the scattered ash. Steel had not worked. He had seen that in the cold store when they cut into the other one, Jeor, and the wound had not bled and the thing had not slowed. Steel was for the living. Steel believed in pain and blood and severed cords, and the dead believed in none of those, so steel was a faith the dead did not share. But the dead had been dragged in dry from the snow and dressed in 6 days of dust, and dry dead things, Jon's hands knew before his mind did, are kindling. He caught up a fistful of the bed's furs, pressed the coal into them, and breathed. He would tell himself later that he had merely blown on a coal the way any man blows on a coal. He had done it 10,000 times for 10,000 fires, and there was nothing in it. He told himself that, and he did not believe it even while he was saying it, because he had felt what happened between the coal and the breath. The coal had been dying. He had wanted it to live, with the whole sudden animal wanting of a creature about to be killed, and the want had gone down his arm and out of him like heat off a stone at the end of a summer day, and the furs had not smoldered. They had bloomed. A flower of fire the height of a man stood up out of his 2 hands and did not so much as singe him. He threw it. The corpse of Arthur took the fire across the chest and went up like a torch dipped in oil, and at last, at the very last, the dead thing reacted to something. It did not scream. It had no air to scream with. But it threw its arms wide and reared back, and in the light of its own burning Jon saw the 2 cold stars of its eyes go out one after the other, like a man pinching a candle, and the thing that had worn Arthur's skin fell over backward and thrashed and curled and was, in the end, only a man-shaped coal on the Lord Commander's floor. Jon knelt in the heat of it with his arms screaming and his lungs full of the smell of his brother's brother burning, and he watched the flames, and the flames watched him back. That was the second wrong thing, and there was no reasoning past this one either. The fire had spread to the bed, to the rushes, to the tapestry of some Mormont victory over some forgotten foe. It should have driven him back. Fire drives everything back. That is the entire nature of fire, that it makes a kingdom of the air around it and exiles the living to the edges. He was kneeling at the heart of that kingdom, and the kingdom had not exiled him. The heat came against his face, and his bare hands like the breath of an enormous and friendly animal, like sunlight, like the door of a bread oven opened on a winter morning, a thing you lean into rather than away from. He held his ruined arm into it without deciding to, and the cold that the dead hand had pressed into his bone went out of him, melted, ran away ahead of the warmth, and the arm that should have been black and dead by morning merely ached. He could see, in the heart of the flame, that it leaned. Not the way a fire leans on a draught. There was no draught. The door at his back was the only opening, and the cold was coming in, not going out. The flames bent toward him the way grass bends toward the only patch of light in a deep wood. They wanted him. They knew him. Jon Snow had been raised by a man who had taught him exactly one thing about himself above all others, repeated so often it had worn a groove in him, that he was Ned Stark's blood, which was the blood of the first men, which was ice and iron and the long memory of the North. He had been raised to be cold and was good at it. And he knelt in a burning tower while the fire courted him like a lover, and he understood, with the cold, clear part of his mind that never stopped working no matter how loud the rest of him got, that something in this story had always been a lie, and that he had just watched the lie catch fire. Then the old bear was hauling him up by the collar and roaring for water, and there was no more time to be a philosopher. The keep woke the way a sick man wakes, in stages, badly. Brothers came with buckets and snow and beat the flames down off the tapestry and the bed, while Jon and Mormont and Ghost stood in the wreck of the chamber breathing smoke. Old Thorin Smallwood came, and Othel Yarwick, and Bowen Marsh with his round red face gone the color of cold porridge. They looked at the man-shaped coal on the floor, and they did not, any of them, ask what it had been before it burned, because they had all carried it in. Mormont stood in his scorched bedrobe with his ringed hand pressed to a throat that was going the colors of a bad sunset, and he was old, and he had nearly died, and none of it touched the iron in him. He looked at the thing on his floor for a long while, then he looked at Jon. It was dead, the old bear said. It was not a question. He was a man arranging facts in a line so he could march them somewhere. We cut it from the snow. It had no more life in it than a stone, and it rose in my keep and put its hand on my throat. He turned the ringed hand over and looked at it as though it belonged to someone else. Steel did nothing. You'll tell me steel did nothing. I never drew steel, my lord. Jon's voice came out steadier than he had any right to. Ghost took its hand off and it didn't care. I don't think it would have cared about a sword either. Mormont prodded the coal with the toe of his boot, and a piece of it crumbled to powder. But it cared about fire. It cared about fire. The old bear looked at the burned bed, the burned tapestry, the burned man, and then at Jon's hands, which were black with ash to the wrist and otherwise unmarked. And Jon watched him notice that, and watched him decide deliberately, the way an old commander decides which of the day's impossibilities he has the resources to investigate, not to ask. There were corpses walking. That was a war. A bastard whose hands did not burn was a riddle, and a man does not stop in the middle of a war to solve a riddle. Jon would be grateful for that later. Mormont's refusal to be curious bought him a year of life. Out. The old bear told the rest of them. All of you. Yarwick, double the watch and post men with torches, pitch, lamp oil, anything that takes a flame. Marsh, I want every man who came back from the wood in the last moon found and looked at, breathing in front of you by morning. If you cannot find a man, you will tell me, and you will not tell me gently. They went. They were glad to go. Jon turned to follow them, and the ringed hand closed on his shoulder. Not you, Snow. So Jon stayed, in the ruin and the smoke, with the old man and the wolf and the cooling coal. And the raven came back through the broken shutter and settled on the bedpost and said, Corn, because even prophets get hungry. Mormont went to a chest that had survived the fire, an iron-bound thing he had to put his shoulder into to drag clear of the wall, and he opened it, and lifted out something long wrapped in oiled wool, and stood holding it the way men hold the bones of their own fathers. My family has kept this 500 years, he said. Longclaw. There was a bear's head on the pommel, silver, with garnet eyes, because we are the Mormonts and we are not a subtle people. My son took it south when he ran from his shame and the law, and he did not have the decency to lose his life along with his honor, so I could not even bury it with him. He set the wrapped thing on the one table still standing. I had thought to take it to the grave and let the worms make their judgment. I am an old fool. The blade is too good to rot for a young fool's crimes. He unwrapped it. In the firelight the steel was not the steel of any sword Jon had carried or sharpened or held a man's death against. It was darker, a gray so deep it was nearly the color of smoke, and through it ran 1,000 fine lines, folded and folded and folded again, so that the metal seemed less forged than grown, like the grain of some ancient and patient wood. The pommel was a wolf's head now, white stone with eyes of the same blue-glowing gray, the bear's head cut away and the wolf set in its place by a smith who had clearly been told whom the blade was for. Valyrian steel. Spell forged, the meisters said when they were being meisters, and the small folk said when they were being children in the fires of a dead empire in a way the world had forgotten how to do. I had it reworked for you, Mormont said. A wolf for a Stark. You'll say you are no Stark. You'll say you are a Snow, and a Snow has no business with a lord's blade, and you'll be right, and I do not care. You went into the dark for me when wiser men were still fumbling for their boots. The Watch does not have so many men like that it can afford to be careful with them. He pushed the sword across the table. Take it. Argue with me about it in the morning if you still want to. Jon looked at the blade, and the blade somehow looked back, and every reasonable instinct he had told him to leave it where it lay. He had no language yet for the instinct. He would build the language over the months to come, brick by terrible brick. But standing in that scorched room, he felt only the shape of it, a pressure behind the breastbone, the certainty a man gets at the lip of a high place that the long fall is in some sense already his, that he has only to consent to it. The sword was not a thing on a table. It was a question that had been waiting 500 years for the right mouth to ask it, and his was the mouth. And he knew, the way you know a word is on the tip of your tongue, that if he closed his hand on that hilt, he would not be the same man who let it go. He reached out because he was 18, and because the old bear was watching, and because there is no fear so large that a young man's pride cannot walk straight into it to avoid looking afraid. His bare hand closed on the grip. The steel sang, not a sound. Or not only a sound, not a sound the ear could keep. If there was a note in it, it was the note a wineglass gives at the instant before it shatters, held and held past the point where glass should hold it. It went up his arm and into his chest, and from his chest into the dark behind his eyes, and the dark behind his eyes was suddenly not dark at all. Wings. That was the first of it, the only piece he would ever be able to say plainly. Wings the size of a sail, the size of a ship, the size of weather, opening over a country of fire, a sky the color of a forge's heart, and against the sky 3 shapes wheeling, and a sound from their throats that was the same note the steel had struck, the note before the shattering. There was a tower somewhere under the wings, pale stone and roses at its foot the blue of the dead thing's eyes, and a voice, a woman's voice or a man's, singing words in a tongue he did not know and understood anyway, the way you understand your own name called across a crowded yard, and over all of it, through all of it, a red star like an open wound bleeding light down onto the world, and the certainty, vast and quiet and not in the least kind, that all of this belonged to him, and that he belonged to all of it, and that the cold north and the gray wolf and the honest dead man who had raised him were the smallest, latest, most temporary fact about him there had ever been. He came back to the room with the sword's grip biting his palm and the old bear's hand on his shoulder and his own voice saying nothing, because some animal wisdom had clamped his jaw before his mouth could betray him. Heavy? Mormont asked. It's lighter than it looks. Valyrian steel always is. Took me 30 years to stop expecting more weight than it has. It's lighter than it looks, Jon agreed, and was distantly impressed that the words came out as words. His palm, where the grip touched it, was warm. Not warm from his blood, he knew the difference now, having spent a long minute in a fire that loved him. Warm the way the steel had no business being on a winter night in a half-frozen tower with the fire dying. He held the blade up between himself and the brazier and watched the deep grain of the metal, the 1,000 folded lines, and he was nearly sure, he would never be entirely sure, that they moved, that somewhere under the surface of the steel something coiled and turned and settled, the way a great animal settles in sleep when a familiar hand comes to rest on its flank. You'll want to learn the feel of it before you trust your life to it, Mormont was saying. It'll cut what ordinary steel won't, and it'll keep an edge you could shave with through a winter of use, but it's not a magic that fights for you. The magic is only that it is better. Don't make the mistake half the fools who carry these blades make and think the sword will do the work. The sword has never once done the work. No, my lord, Jon said. He was not sure the second thing was true. He was holding the evidence in his hand, and the evidence was warm. The old bear was quiet a while, and the quiet had the shape of a man counting graves. When he spoke again, it was lower, and not really to Jon at all. 200 years the watch has shrunk, and no man south of here would lend us a copper to slow it, because the danger went out of the dark. The wildlings raid, and a raider will cut your throat as readily as anything. But a raider is a man, and men we know how to fight. The other thing. He looked at the coal that had been Arthur. There has not been another thing since the long night, and the long night is a story to put children down to sleep. And now I have a child's story sitting burned on my floor where it had its hand around my throat an hour gone. I sent Benjen Stark into that wood to find out what was killing my rangers, and the wood gave me back a corpse that walks. Whatever is out there has stopped being patient. He turned the ringed hand over again, watching it shake, watching it refuse to stop. I am taking every man who can ride into the teeth of it. It is the worst order I have ever given, and the only one left to give. Jon said nothing, because there was nothing to say that the old man did not already know better than he did, and because the cold thing's grip was still printed on his forearm in a band of skin gone bloodless white, and the white was already, impossibly, pinking back to life from the inside out, as though the warmth he carried were a slow tide coming in over a frozen flat. He drew his sleeve down over it before the old bear could see. Go to bed, Snow. What's left of the night? We march for the woods soon, all of us, every man who can sit a horse, and you'll wish you'd slept. The old bear lowered himself onto the one chair that had not burned and looked, suddenly, like what he was, an old man who had nearly been murdered by a corpse in his own bed. And Snow, whatever it was you did with that fire. He did not look up. Keep doing it. I have a feeling we are going to need a man who is friendly with flame before the spring. Jon went out into the yard with Longclaw naked in his hand because he could not yet bear to sheathe it, and the cold met him at the door, and the cold did not bite. He stood in it to be sure. The wind came down off the wall the way it always came, a knife 700 feet long, and it went through his cloak and his wool and his linen and found his skin and laid itself against him, and his skin reported the touch the way a man reports a thing he has read about but not felt. There is cold here, the skin said dutifully, the way you would say there is a river in that valley you have never visited. The information arrived. The suffering did not. 3 steps from the door his teeth should have been knocking like a stick on a fence. He opened his mouth and they were still. The puddle by the well had a skin of ice on it. He crouched and laid his palm flat on the ice and watched the ice go to water under his hand and the water go to faint steam off his skin, and he took the hand away, and the puddle began slowly to remember itself and to freeze. He turned his forearm to the torchlight and pushed the sleeve back, and where the dead hand had clamped him there was now only clean skin, faintly flushed, the flush of skin held too near a hearth. He pressed the place with 2 fingers, no ache under it. No black creeping rot of the kind that took a man's hand, and then his arm, and then his life when the cold got into a wound and stayed. He had carried men into the Meister's rooms with frostbite no worse than what that grip had given him, and watched Meister Eamon take their fingers with a little curved knife, and here he stood with the print of a corpse's hand already burned out of him from within. He could account for none of it, and he tried anyway, because the trying was the only piece of himself he still recognized. A fever did this sometimes, a body running hot threw off small hurts. But a fever left a man weak and witless, and he had never felt this clear. Whatever burned in him did not burn the way a sickness burns. It burned the way a banked hearth burns, low and certain and ready, waiting only for a hand to open the flue. A reasonable man, he thought, would now be terrified. He performed the experiment of trying to be terrified, and found the equipment was not where he had left it. The fear was there. He could see it. The way you can see the far bank of the river you cannot cross. He knew that what was happening to him was the unmaking of every settled thing about who he had been told he was, that a body which warms ice, and a blade which sings, and a fire which courts you are not the inheritance of a Stark of Winterfell, not the inheritance of the first men, not the inheritance of the honest cold north at all. He knew the right name for the kind of blood that does these things. Everyone in the 7 kingdoms knew the name. The small folk used it to frighten children, and the meisters used it to date the years, and the singers used it for songs about a house burned down to 1 mad old man and 2 exiled children across the sea. The blood of the dragon. He knew the name, and he laid it down beside the facts, and the name fit the facts the way a key fits a lock you did not know your own house had. And he was not terrified. He was, he discovered, holding the discovery at arm's length like a man holding a snake he has not yet decided is venomous, awed. That was the word for it, the one true word, and he would spend a great deal of the coming year refusing it. Awe is not a comfortable feeling. Fear at least lets you run. Awe pins you where you stand and makes you look at the thing, the enormous thing, the thing too large for the life you had planned, and admits no running, because there is nowhere on the far side of a feeling that size to run to. Ghost came to him across the dark yard, white on the snow, all but invisible until the red eyes caught the torchlight. The direwolf stopped a long pace away. He did not press his head into Jon's hand the way he had pressed it 10,000 times. He stood and looked, and his nostrils worked, taking in the new thing that his brother had become, cataloging it, and there was no fear in him. There was only the grave attention an animal gives to a fact it cannot change. The wolf was the one creature at Castle Black who could not be lied to and who would never tell. He knew. He had known before Jon, had known on the floor of the cell with his hackles up and his silence held. He had smelled the change coming the way he smelled a storm 2 days out. He looked at Jon now the way you look at a friend who has come back from a long absence wearing a stranger's face, deciding, with the loyalty that asks no terms, that the face was still the friend's, and that he would follow it wherever it had gone to become this. "I know," Jon said to him, quietly, the words white in the air at last, because near the wolf his breath remembered how to fog. "I don't understand it either." Above them, the wall stood up into the dark, 700 feet of ice older than the kingdoms, and somewhere on the far side of it, the dead were learning to walk, and somewhere south of it, a war was being fought over a chair, and Jon Snow stood between the two with a singing sword in his fist and a fire under his skin that the longest winter in the world had not been able to find, and he understood that the night had given him a gift the old bear had not meant to give. A gift wrapped inside the gift of the sword, and that there would be no giving it back. He sheathed Longclaw at last. The warmth of the grip stayed in his palm long after the steel was gone, the way the shape of a word stays in the mouth after it is spoken, waiting to be spoken again. He went into a sleep he did not expect to find and found it, and in it there were wings. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. What the steel remembers a man who has discovered something impossible about himself has, Jon decided, exactly 2 honest options. He can refuse to look at it and become a fool. Or he can look at it the way a meister looks at a fever and try to learn its laws. He chose the second, which is how he came to be standing in the armory 3 nights later with his bare hand pressed flat against the iron belly of the forge, counting. The forge was cold. That was the point of the experiment. He was not a madman, whatever else he was becoming. He had banked the coals himself at the end of the day and watched the last orange die out of them. And now the iron should have been merely cool metal in a cold room, the kind of cool that drinks the warmth out of a hand in 100 heartbeats and gives back the first dull threat of frostbite. He held his palm to it and counted to 100, and the iron did not take his heat. If anything, the iron grew warm under his hand, a faint blush of it, his touch seeming to remind the metal of the fire it had held all that day. He took the hand away and laid the back of his fingers against his own cheek, and the fingers were hot, the way a poker is hot a foot back from the coals, hot enough that a moment longer and he would have called it pain. He sat down on the cold floor with his back against the cold anvil and worked the problem, because the problem was a thing he could hold, and the feeling about the problem was not. A thing that warms what it touches. A thing the cold cannot find. A thing that fire loves and will not harm. He had grown up on the Meister's way of thinking, even if no Meister had ever shaped him for a chain. Winterfell's Luwin had taught the Stark children their letters and their sums and the names of the constellations, and more usefully, the habit of asking what a thing was before deciding what it meant. So, what was it before it meant anything? It behaved like heat that came from inside him instead of outside, as though somewhere below the place where men keep their hunger and their fear there was a coal in him, banked the way he had banked the forge. And the coal had been there all his life, giving off nothing because nothing had ever called to it. And now something had, and it was beginning, very slowly, to draw breath. He knew what called to it. He was not a coward about the central fact, even while he was a coward about every feeling attached to it. Fire called to it. Old fire, the oldest there was. The night he had burned the dead thing, the coal had woken, because the coal recognized its own work. And the sword called to it. Longclaw lay across his knees as he sat there reasoning, and the grip under his hand was warm the way it was always warm now, a low and steady warmth like a sleeping dog, and when he turned his thoughts to the vision, the steel had shown him the warmth strengthened, the dog stirring at the word for a walk. Valyrian steel. Spell forged in dragon fire by a people who had kept dragons the way the North kept horses. He turned that over. A man inherits his father's sword, and a man inherits his father's blood, and Jon had always understood that he had inherited neither, being a bastard, a Snow, a thing got on some woman in some war and carried home out of stubborn honor by a lord too decent to leave him to die. He had built his whole self around the fact of having no inheritance. It had made him careful, and it had made him hungry, and it had made him, in the end, take the black, because the Watch was the one family in the world that asked a man no questions about his mother. And here was a blade reforged for him that drank the warmth from no other hand the way it drank it from his, and a body that did things the blood of the first men had never once been sung about doing. And somewhere under the careful and the hungry and the cold a coal he had never been told he carried, drawing breath. He did the same one he had run in the yard the first night and fled from. This time he let it stand. Dragon's blood does these things. There were no dragons in him that anyone had ever named. His mother was a mystery, and his father was the most honorable man in the 7 kingdoms. And the most honorable man in the 7 kingdoms had spent 15 years saying as little about Jon's mother as a man can say while still admitting the child existed. Jon had always read that silence as shame, and he turned it now in the new light and read it, for once, as something else entirely. A man hides a shame by looking away from it. Ned Stark had not looked away from Jon's existence. He had kept Jon at his own table among his own children when a colder lord would have farmed him out to some drafty holdfast and forgotten the trouble. Ned Stark had looked away from only one thing, the question of who Jon's mother was, and that was a different act. The way a man guarding a door is a different thing from a man ashamed of what stands behind it. You do not guard a shame. You guard a secret. And the only secrets worth a man like Eddard Stark guarding for 15 years at the cost of his honest name were the kind that got people killed. It was too large to hold. He set it down. He was good at setting things down. The wall taught a man to ration what he carried. But an answer that has been allowed to stand does not lie back down again. And he knew it, sitting there with the warm sword across his knees and the cold forge at his back, and the whole impossible architecture of it standing up in the dark of his mind like the wall itself, vast and patient and going nowhere. "You're going to freeze sitting on that floor," said Samwell Tarly from the doorway. "And then I shall have to explain to the Lord Commander how his favorite got himself dead of cold in an armory, and no one will believe a word of it, because everyone knows you don't feel the cold anymore." Jon looked up. "Everyone knows that, do they? Everyone has noticed it." Sam came in and lowered himself onto an upturned bucket with the care of a fat man who has learned that furniture is not always his friend. He was the only man at Castle Black who had been worse at being a recruit than the rawest poacher, and he was, Jon had decided some while ago, very nearly the cleverest man in the castle, the two facts being in his case the same fact wearing different cloaks. "You stopped wearing your second cloak a fortnight past. You sleep with your shutter open. Gren says you washed in the well water yesterday, the well water in this, and came up not even shivering. And Gren is not a man who invents things. Gren hasn't the imagination for it. People notice, Jon. People here have nothing to do but notice. And then they go and stand by the fire and rub their hands and think their thoughts, and the thoughts are not kind, because the cold is the one thing every man here shares, and a man who does not share it has set himself apart whether he meant to or not." "And what do you think?" Jon asked. Sam was quiet a moment. He had a way of being quiet that was not the absence of speech but the visible labor of choosing it. "I think," he said, "that the night the dead man rose you burned it and your hands didn't burn. I helped Meister Eamon dress 2 cases of frostbite that same week, and one of them lost 3 fingers to a touch of cold no worse than a cupful of snow. And I think your hands were in a fire, an actual fire, the kind that took the Lord Commander's whole bed, and there isn't a mark on them. I've looked. You think I haven't looked?" He spread his own soft hands, which were pink and chapped and entirely ordinary. "I read, Jon. It's the only thing I was ever any good at. My father kept a library he hated me for using, and I used it anyway out of spite mostly, and there are things in old books the Meisters teach you to call superstition because they can't measure them. Dragons are one of them. There used to be a family that was friendly with fire. The whole world knows the family. You don't make me say it." "No," Jon said, "I don't make you say it." "Then I won't." Sam looked at the sword, at Jon's hand on the sword, and his round face did something complicated. "But I'll say the other part, the part that matters because somebody has to, and you'll never say it to yourself. If it's true, and I think it's true, then you are in a great deal of danger that has nothing to do with the cold or the dead. Sir Alizer hates you for sport. Jon O'Slint, if he ever comes this way, hates everything that stands taller than he does. The men resent you for the sword and the stewardship and the old bear's favor. Give them a reason to call you a monster and they won't trouble to look for a second one. They'll be glad of it. It will make the resenting easier. Men always prefer to hate a thing they can name." He paused. "So whatever you've worked out, sitting here on the cold floor doing sums with your face, you keep it. From everyone. You let me carry the knowing of it with you, because 2 men keeping a secret is a danger, and 1 man keeping it alone is a sickness, and you have enough sicknesses already. But everyone else, you let them go on believing you've a thick hide and cold northern blood. Will you?" It was, Jon thought, an extraordinary thing to be offered. He had a sword forged in a dead empire and a fire under his skin and a name he could not say, and the most valuable thing anyone had given him since the night of the gift was a frightened fat boy offering to be frightened on his behalf. "I will," he said. "And Sam, thank you." "Don't thank me. Thanking me makes it sound like I had a choice. You're my friend. I've had exactly one in my life, and I am not going to stand by and watch them burn him for being interesting." Sam heaved himself off the bucket. "Now come away from there before someone finds you communing with the anvil and decides you worship it." Jon laughed, which he had not expected to do, and the laugh was the first ordinary thing that had happened to him in 3 days, and he was grateful to Sam for that too. The training yard did not let him stay grateful long. Sir Alistair Thorne ran the yard the way a man runs a debt he means never to forgive, and he had decided long ago that Jon Snow was a coin he intended to keep spending. The morning was iron-gray, the practice swords furred white with frost, and Thorne stood at the rail with his arms folded and watched Jon put 2 green recruits on their backs in the trampled snow and found in this an insult. "Lord Snow tires of teaching," he called in the soft poison voice that carried farther than a shout. "Perhaps the steward would prefer a partner who can make him sweat. Halder, the hammer. Let us see whether Valyrian steel makes a Valyrian arm or only a vain one." Halder was the largest of the new men, a quarryman's son with shoulders like a door frame, and he came on with a practice maul and no love at all, because Thorne had spent a winter teaching these men that hurting Jon Snow was a thing their master smiled upon, and men will learn anything that earns a smile. Jon left Longclaw in its sheath. The old bear's gift was no toy for the yard, and besides he did not want the warm grip in his hand where Thorne could watch his face while he held it. He took a battered yard sword instead and let Halder come. The trouble was the cold. Not in him, he had no cold left in him. The trouble was that everyone else had it, and Jon had stopped noticing it. And a man who has stopped noticing the cold has stopped sharing the constant struggle that made him one of them. He saw it in their faces between bouts, the way they cupped their hands and breathed into them and stamped their feet, and the way they looked at him standing easy in his single cloak with no fog at his lips. The resentment had a new flavor to it now, and the flavor was the resentment of the freezing for the warm, which is older and meaner than any feud over a sword. Halder's maul came down, and Jon turned it and stepped inside and put the quarryman in the snow cleanly with no flourish, because a flourish would have been one more thing for them to hold against him. He offered his hand. Halder did not take it. He got up on his own, breathing hard, his bare knuckles split and bleeding and the blood already going sluggish in the cold, and he looked at Jon's ungloved hand, still held out, steaming faintly in the gray air. "You don't even feel it," Halder said. It was not quite an accusation. It was worse. It was a man naming a wonder he had not wanted to see. "We're out here freezing the skin off our hands, and you stand there warm as a bloody bread oven. What are you, Snow?" Thorne heard it. Thorne heard everything. It was the one gift the gods had given him, and he had honed it to a blade. "A good question," the master-at-arms said, drifting nearer along the rail, his black eyes bright with the pleasure of a man handed a tool he did not have to forge. "What are you, Lord Snow? The recruits would like to know. So, I confess, would I." For one heartbeat the coal under Jon's breastbone surged, wanting out, wanting to answer the contempt with the one argument that would end it forever, and he saw with perfect clarity the disaster down that road. A flame standing in his open palm and 24 frightened men deciding, all at once and with great relief, that the thing they had resented was a thing they were now permitted to kill. Sam's voice was in his ear, though Sam was nowhere near. Men always prefer to hate a thing they can name. So Jon banked it. He turned his open hand over and let the steam rise off it and shrugged, as though the question wearied him. "Stark blood," he said. "We're bred for the cold the way you're bred for the quarry, Halder. It's the one thing being a Stark's bastard was ever good for." He tossed the yard sword to a waiting recruit, and walked off toward the armory before Thorn could find a second hook to hang him on, and he felt the master-at-arms watching him go the whole way, the way a patient man watches a door he means, in time, to open. The dreams were not ordinary. They came every night now, and they were not the wolf dreams, which were warm and animal and four-footed, and which he had learned to half recognize as ghosts' own dreams leaking into his across, whatever thread joined them. The new dreams came from somewhere older than the wolf. He stood in them on a height, always a height, a tower of pale stone or a cliff above a burning sea, and the sky was the deep red of a forge at its hottest, and across the red sky 3 shapes turned. They were too far to be sized against anything, and so they were every size. Sometimes they seemed birds, and sometimes they seemed weather, and once, terribly, one of them turned its head and looked at him across all that distance, and he understood the looking for a kind of recognition, that the thing in the sky knew his name and had known it before he was born. And there was the song, always the song, sometimes a woman singing and sometimes a man. The words in a round liquid tongue he did not know and understood the way you understand weeping. And the song was about ice, and it was about fire, and it was about a promise. And every morning he woke with the shape of it in his mouth, and it dissolved before he could catch a single word, the way snow dissolves on the tongue, there, and then only cold, and then not even that. One morning he woke with a name instead. He had not dreamed the name. It had been waiting on the near side of waking, the way a word is sometimes waiting when you open your eyes. He lay in the gray light with his shutter open and the cold pouring in over him like water he could not feel, and he said the name aloud into the empty cell to hear what it did to the air. "Rieger," he said. Nothing happened. The raven did not cry out, the wall did not crack, the world did not end. It was only a name, the name of a dead prince out of the songs, a man Jon knew about the way every northern child knew about him. The silver prince who had carried off Lyanna Stark and started a war and died on the trident with rubies bleeding off his armor into the river while Robert Baratheon's hammer took the life out of him. Lyanna Stark, Ned's sister, the aunt Jon had never met, because she had died before he was born, died in the south, of a fever the songs said, or a broken heart the songs also said, the songs being unreliable about the deaths of women they would rather grieve than understand. Jon lay very still and did not do the sum. He could feel it waiting to be done, the pieces laid out and turning toward an answer the way iron filings turn toward a lodestone. A dead prince of the blood of the dragon. A dead Stark girl, his own kin, dead in the south in a war fought over her. A father who guarded a secret 15 years at the cost of his name. A bastard whose hands would not burn. He did not do the sum. There are arithmetics a man can see the end of from a long way off and decline, for as long as he is able to perform, because performing them makes the answer true in a way that merely seeing it does not. He got up. He closed the shutter, out of an obscure courtesy to the man he had been the week before, the man who had needed it closed. He went down to serve the Lord Commander his breakfast, and he carried the name with him all the day like a coal held in a closed fist. Maester Aemon found him at it. The old man was 100 years old if he was a day, blind these many years, small and bent and dried like a leaf pressed in a book, and he was the wisest creature on the wall and possibly in the world. And Jon had always treated him with the careful tenderness one gives a thing both precious and breakable, and had never once, until now, thought to wonder why a maester of such gifts had spent the last great stretch of his life at the cold, forgotten end of the earth. Aemon was in the rookery with his ravens when Jon brought his evening meal, and he turned his blind face toward the door before Jon had made any sound at all. "You walk more quietly than you used to, Jon Snow," the maester said. "Or perhaps it is only that you walk warmer. The birds settle when you come in now. They did not used to. Ravens are creatures of the cold, they know their friends. He held out his hand, a small dry thing like a bird's own foot. Give an old man your hand. Mine are never warm any more, and the rookery is bitter tonight. Jon set down the tray and took the offered hand in both of his, and he felt the old man go still. It was the stillness of a man reading. Aemon's blind eyes turned up toward Jon's face that he could not see, and his fingers moved very slightly in Jon's grip, pressing, learning, and the long silence that followed was the most dangerous silence Jon had stood inside since the dead thing's hand had closed on his throat. He understood in the silence that he had made a mistake. He had given his warmth to the one man at the wall old enough and learned enough and strange enough to know exactly what it meant. He thought about drawing the hand back and knew it was too late, that the drawing back would say more than the leaving. "Ah," Aemon said at last, very softly. It was not a word. It was the sound a man makes when a thing he has wondered at for a long while resolves itself, the sound of the last figure dropping into a sum. "There it is. Meister, my hands are warm," the old man said. "Thank you, Jon. You have no notion how rare a thing warmth becomes when you have lived as long as I have. The body forgets the trick of it. The body forgets a great many tricks." He did not let go. "Will you indulge an old fool a question and not be afraid of it? I am too old to be a danger to anyone, and too near the end to gossip. The dead keep secrets better than any living man, and I have a foot among them already." "Ask," Jon said, and heard his own voice go careful. "What do you dream of?" The fire under Jon's skin gave a small lurch, the banked coals stirring. He thought of lying. He looked at the blind, ancient face turned up to his, the milky eyes, the patient mouth, and he understood this was a man who had spent 100 years learning the precise difference between a truth and a lie by the warmth of a hand alone, and that lying to him would be its own confession. "Dragons," Jon said. "I dream of dragons, 3 of them, and a song I can't keep till morning. And a tower with roses at the foot of it, blue roses." He stopped. He had not meant to say the roses. The roses had come up out of him on their own. Aemon's fingers tightened. "Blue roses," the old man repeated, and something moved across his ancient face, grief or wonder or both, a weather too old for Jon to name. "Yes, of course, blue roses." He let go of Jon's hand and folded his own together in his lap and sat with his blind face toward the cold window and the dark beyond it where the dead were learning to walk. "I will tell you a thing, Jon Snow, and you will not understand it yet, and that is well, for understanding it too soon would break you, and you are needed unbroken. A Meister forges a chain, link by link, and each link is a metal he has studied. Iron for ravenry, silver for healing, gold for sums and coin. And there is a link I never tell the boys of, a link of Valyrian steel, and it is for the study of magic. And there are very few of us in any century who earn it, because there is almost no magic left in the world to study." His blind face turned back toward Jon. "There is some now. I can feel it the way you feel the sun through a closed eyelid. It is standing in my rookery holding a meal gone cold, and it is afraid of itself, and it should not be. Listen to me, child. Whatever you are waking into, do not fear it. Fear will make you small, and the world has need of you large. The dragon does not fear the cold. The dragon was made to answer it." Jon stood in the rookery with the ravens settling around him in the warmth he could not help giving off, and he understood about a third of what the old man had said, and the third he understood was enough to make the floor uncertain under his feet. "You know what I am," he said. "It was not a question." "I know what you are becoming," Aemon corrected gently. "What you are is still mostly your own to decide. That is the only freedom any of us is given, and it is a larger one than the songs admit. Now, go and serve the old bear, and say nothing of this to anyone, and come to me when the dreams frighten you, which they will, and I will tell you the parts of the story that are safe to know. There are not many, but there are some." He smiled. the smile of a man at the far end of a very long road looking back at someone only just setting out on it. I have waited a long time to be of use to someone like you. I had given up hoping. An old man should know better than to give up hoping. The gods are unkind, but they are not without their jokes. Jon went and served the old bear and said nothing to anyone, and that night the dreams came again, and the song, and the 3 turning shapes, and in the morning he performed the only experiment that frightened him more than the cold forge. He set a candle on the floor of his cell, unlit, and knelt over it, and did not strike a flint. He had felt, the night he burned the dead thing, the want go out of him into the coal. He had felt it again every time the sword warmed under his hand. So he did not reach for a tool. He reached instead for the coal under his own breastbone, the banked place, and he thought of the candle wanting to burn the way he had thought of the dead man's furs wanting to burn, and he breathed out, slow, and gave the wick the want. For a long moment, nothing. He felt foolish, kneeling on a cold floor breathing at an unlit candle like a hedge witch, and the foolishness was almost a relief, because foolishness was ordinary and he was starving for the ordinary. Then the wick took. It did not catch the way a wick catches off a flame, the slow climb of black to orange. It simply was a light all at once, a clean small flame standing straight up in the still air of the cell with no draft to bend it and no spark to have lit it. And Jon knelt over it and watched it burn and felt the thing he had been refusing since the night of the gift arrive in him at last, full and cold and undeniable, and the thing was fear. He had named it now. He had said he would allow himself the one named feeling, and here it was, and its name was fear. Not of the fire, never of the fire loved him. Fear of what a man becomes when the world he was given to live in turns out to have been a story told to keep him quiet. Fear of the largeness Eamon had named, the largeness that had no place in the careful small life of a steward at the edge of the world. He had taken the black to escape the question of who he was. And the question had followed him to the end of the earth, and put a sword in his hand and a fire in his blood, and now sat across from him in the dark, wearing the shape of a candle flame he had lit with a thought. He held his hand over the flame, into it, and the flame climbed his fingers and licked his palm and did not burn him, and he watched it and let the fear move through him and out, the way Eamon had said, refusing to let it make him small. Then he closed his fist gently around the fire, and the fire went out at his asking, and the dark came back. And somewhere above the cold castle the wall stood waiting, and beyond the wall the dead, and Jon Snow knelt in the dark with the smell of a snuffed candle, and the certainty that the careful small life was over, and that whatever came next, he was going to have to be the one to decide what it meant. Chapter 2, in Chapter 3, Beyond the Wall. The wall did not have a gate so much as a wound, and the watch went out through it in the gray before dawn the way blood goes out of a body, slow and dark, and against every instinct of the thing it leaves. Jon rode near the front because the old bear kept him near, and he watched the great ice tunnel swallow the column ahead of him man by man, horse by horse, the torchlight sliding red along walls of ice 700 feet deep, and he understood for the first time as a physical fact rather than a song that the wall was not a fortification. A fortification has 2 sides a man might choose between. The wall had a warm side and a cold side, and the warm side was the whole world, every hearth and harvest and living thing he had ever known, and the cold side was the place where his rangers went and did not come back. He rode through the wound in the world and out the far end of it into the haunted forest, and the cold side closed over the column like water over a stone. 200 men. Mormont had wanted 300, and the kingdoms had given him what the kingdoms always gave the watch, which was less than it needed, and a lecture about thrift. They rode under the sentinels and the soldier pines, the snow muffling the hooves, and no man sang. South of the wall, men sang on the march to keep their courage up. North of it, they had learned that courage kept up by noise was courage spent advertising your position and the things in this wood could hear. Jon had thought he knew cold. He revised the thought within the first league. It was not that the cold here was worse, though it was. It was that the cold here was attentive. South of the wall, the cold was a condition, like the dark or the wet, indifferent to the men it killed. Here it had the quality of a regard. He could not have explained it to Sam, who rode somewhere back in the baggage train clutching his pony's mane and his courage in equal failing measure. And he did not try to explain it to anyone, because the thing he would have had to explain was that he could feel the cold paying attention, and that he could feel it the way a man feels eyes on the back of his neck, because the coal under his breastbone had learned to read temperature the way other men read light. And what it read in this wood was not the honest dead cold of winter, but something that used cold the way a spider uses a web. He tried to reason it into a smaller shape, because a small shape can be carried and a large one can only be stood under. Cold was the absence of heat. Every Meister's boy knew that much. So a thing that hunted with cold was a thing that ate heat, and a thing that ate heat would, of all the warmth in a frozen wood, find the warmest thing the most worth eating. He glanced down at his own gloved hands on the reins, at the faint absence of fog where his breath should have hung in the dawn air, and he understood the shape of the danger he carried into that wood, which was that he was, to whatever paid attention here, the brightest lamp in a dark house. He had spent his whole life learning to be unremarkable, the bastard who kept to the edges of the hall. He was about to become the most remarkable thing in the North, and the things that would remark on him first would not be men. The night before they rode out, Eamon had sent for him. The old Meister had been waiting in the dark of his cell, the dark being all one to a blind man, and he had a thing wrapped in cloth on the table before him, and his dry hands resting on it the way a man rests them on a thing he is loath to leave. "They tell me you ride with the old bear in the morning," Eamon had said. "Sit. I have little to give you and less time to give it in, and most of what I have is words, which are a poor gift to send into that wood. But a poor gift honestly given is still a gift." Jon had sat. "When I was young," the old man said, "younger than you, though you will not believe 100 years ever had a young, I was sent to the citadel to forge my chain, because a third son of the blood is a danger to his house, and a Meister is a son made safe. I studied the higher mysteries. I earned the Valyrian steel link, the one I told you of. And do you know what I learned after all those years of study about magic?" He had not waited for an answer. "That it is like a tide. For most of my life it has been out, so far out that men forget the sea was ever there and build their houses on the wet sand and call it dry land. And the Meisters, the good grey Meisters, my brothers, they teach that the sea will never come back, because a thing that has been gone your whole life is easy to call gone forever. They are wrong. I have lived long enough to feel the water on my feet again. The dragons came back into the world across the sea 3 years gone. I felt them born. An old blind man at the end of the earth felt 3 dragons hatch a world away, because the same fire that woke in them sleeps in me, banked and old and nearly out, but not out." His blind face had turned toward Jon. "And then it woke in you here on the wrong side of the world, the very season the dead began to walk again. The tide comes in for all of it at once, child. The fire and the ice both. They were always 2 halves of the one thing, and the world has only ever seen them fight." He had pushed the wrapped object across the table. "This is the only object of value I own," Eamon had said. "It is a book, and it is mostly useless, being a collection of the dreams of dead dragons, set down by Meisters who did not believe in them and copied by Meisters who believed in them less. Prophecy is a drunkard's daughter. She will lie down with anyone who buys her a story. Do not trust a word of it. But do not throw it away either, because somewhere in all the lies is the one true thing, which is this: that there is a war coming that is not the war the lords are fighting in the south, and that the song to win it is a song of ice and fire both, and that the world has been waiting a very long time for someone in whom both notes might sound at once. His hand had pressed flat on the claw. I think you may be that someone. I am too old and too cautious to say it plainly, and too near the grave to lie to you, so I will say it crooked. Carry the book. Read it when the dreams frighten you. And whatever else you do out there in the cold when the fire wants to come out of you, do not be too proud or too frightened to let it. Pride and fear have killed more dragons than any sword ever forged. You keep saying dragons, Jon had said. You say it like I am one. I am a bastard from Winterfell, Meister. My father is the most honest man in the 7 kingdoms. There are no dragons in my blood that anyone has ever named. Aemon had smiled then, the smile of a man handed exactly the answer he expected and finding it sad. No, he had agreed. No one has ever named them. Has it never struck you as strange, Jon Snow, how very careful everyone has been your whole life, never to name your blood at all? And he had said no more and would say no more, and Jon had carried the question out of the cell along with the book, and had not slept. He carried the book in his saddlebag now, against his hip, and it had given him no comfort he could name, but the weight of it was a kind of company, and the question Aemon had set in him went on turning, slow and patient, like a key being tried in a lock from the wrong side. They made their first true camp at a place called Whitetree, around a weirwood so old its red leaves had gone the dark of dried blood, and its carved face wept a sap that froze on its cheeks like tears 1,000 years in the falling. There had been a wildling village there. The huts stood. The fires were cold. There were no bodies and no blood and no sign of struggle, only the doors standing open and the snow drifted clean across thresholds no foot had crossed in days, and a stillness that was not the stillness of a place men had left, but the stillness of a place men had been taken from. They ran, said Dywin, the old forester, gumming his wooden teeth. He had been ranging beyond the wall since before Jon's father was born, and he trusted nothing, which was why he was still alive to be trusted. Or they was took. Smell that? He sucked the air through his teeth. Cold smells wrong. Smells like the day before a storm, only there ain't no storm coming. I've been smelling it since the gate. Smells like the old cold. My grandfather used to talk about the old cold, and I used to laugh at him. He was not laughing. Jon could smell it too, except that smell was the wrong word, the only word the other men had for it. What he had was the coal under his breastbone, and the coal read the air around the dead village and reported a thing that made the warmth in him draw down close and wary, the way a flame ducks when a door opens on a winter night. There was an absence in the wood around them, not the absence of warmth, which would have been only cold. The absence of the kind of warmth that living things give off, an absence shaped like the places living things had been. The print a thing leaves when it has come through and drunk the heat out of the world and left the cold standing where the heat had been, like a cast taken in snow of a thing now gone. Sam found him at the foot of the weirwood that night, while the camp built its fires and pretended the dark beyond them was only dark. I keep thinking about the doors, Sam said. He had his hands jammed into his armpits and his round face was raw and chapped and miserable and entirely awake, because Sam's body was a coward and Sam's mind had never once in its life been one. Whoever took them. They left the doors open. People who run close their doors. It's the last thing you do, even when it's pointless, even when you are never coming back. You close the door behind you. It's how you tell yourself you might return. He looked at the black openings of the huts. Nobody closed these. So either they left in too much of a hurry to be people anymore, or they didn't leave on their own feet at all. I don't like either answer. I read everything I could find about the others before we marched, Jon. Every account. There aren't many, and they all contradict, and they all agree on one thing, which is that the cold comes before they do. The cold is them, sort of, the way a smell is the thing that makes it. And the cold has been getting worse since Whitetree. He swallowed whatever else he meant to say. You feel it more than I do. Don't tell me you don't. I have watched your face. You have been listening to something the rest of us can't hear since the gate. I have, Jon admitted, because lying to Sam had stopped being possible somewhere south of the wall. There's something coming up the country behind us. Not fast. It doesn't need to be fast. It's like watching a tide come in. You can't point at the moment it moves, but every time you look, the water's nearer. Sam was quiet a moment. And you can feel it because of what you are. And I can feel it because of what I am. Then that's not a curse, Sam said, with the sudden ferocious logic that was the truest thing about him. Listen to me. Everyone here is going to die in the dark, not knowing the thing was on top of them until it had them by the throat. And you're going to know first. You are going to feel it coming. Do you understand what that is worth? A man who can see the storm before the cloud. They burned witches for less, and never once stopped to think that the witch had just offered to save their lives. Whatever else this thing in you is, it is the only set of eyes this column has that point the right way. He shivered violently and grinned through it, ghastly and brave. Now please, for the love of every god, would you go and dry some firewood with your terrifying, unnatural blood before I lose the toes I have left? I have grown fond of them. We've been through a great deal together. Jon laughed, which he had not expected to do, and went to dry the firewood. He did it carefully at first, the way he did everything, choosing the branches no one watched, holding each a moment, and asking the frozen sap to leave it the way he had asked the candle to burn, feeling the wet go out of the wood in a thread of steam under his fingers, so that the branches came to the fires dry and took at once, and the brothers grunted their approval, and never knew they had warmed their hands at a small miracle. He learned a thing that night that would matter more than the candle ever had, more than the warm sword, more than any wonder, that the fire was not only a thing to be feared, it was a tool, and a tool, unlike a wonder, could be used. A wonder happens to a man, a tool a man takes up. He began from that night to take it up. He took the worst watches, the dead hours before dawn when the cold was a blade, because the cold could not find him, and there was no sense spending a man it could find. He sat through those watches with Eamon's book open on his knee and a light he gave off himself, a faint warmth on the page that was not quite a glow, and he read the dreams of dead dragons and found the old man had told the truth. It was mostly lies and longing, kings dreaming of victories they did not win and queens dreaming of sons who died young, and threaded through all of it, surfacing and sinking like a fish in dark water, the same handful of true-sounding things. A red star, bleeding. A sword full of fire. A prince that was promised, born amid salt and smoke. The dragon must have 3 heads. He did not know what any of it meant. He read it the way you keep turning a key in a lock that will not give, on the chance you are only holding the key wrong. And on the worst watches, when the attentive cold pressed close and his own warmth wanted to leap up bright and announce itself to the dark, he practiced the harder discipline, which was holding it small, banking it. A lamp in a dark house can be turned down as well as up, and a man who could only burn would be a torch carried through a powder store. He learned to draw the warmth in close to the bone and let the surface of himself go cold as any other man's, cold enough that the attentive thing in the wood, sweeping the dark for the brightest heat, would pass over him as it passed over a stone. It cost him. Holding the fire down was harder than letting it out. The way holding your breath is harder than breathing, and some nights he shook with the effort and told the watching brothers it was the cold, the one lie they would always believe. On the 6th night past Whitetree, a brother nearly died of the cold, and Jon decided that the time for choosing who watched was over. His name was Bedwick, a small man they called Giant because the Watch loved its grim jokes, and he had gone out with the scouts and come back wrong, gone gray and slow, and stupid the way the cold makes a man before it makes him a corpse, his words slurring, his hands like a doll's hands when they peeled his gloves off, the fingers white and waxen and past all feeling. The brothers did what brothers did. They built the fire high and stripped his wet things and wrapped him in furs and laid a hot stone from the fire's edge against his chest, and it was not working. The gray was climbing his arms, and Hake, who had been a cook and knew a little of healing, shook his head over him, which on the far side of the wall was the same as taking up the spade. Jon knelt by him and took the small man's frozen hands in both of his, and did not ask anyone's leave. He had warmed Eamon's hands by accident. He warmed Bedwick's on purpose, and the difference between accident and purpose was the difference, he would think long after, between a man who has a thing and a man who is a thing. He opened the flue on the coal under his breastbone, the way he had learned to open it, a little, and then more, and he sent the warmth down his arms, and into the small man's ruined hands, not the killing heat of the fire but the deep, slow heat of a body in high summer, of a hearth-warmed bed, of blood that remembers how to move. He felt the cold in Bedwick's hands meet it, the wrong attentive cold that had got its hook into him out in the dark, and he felt it give, grudging, the way the ice on the well had given that first night, and the gray went out of the small man's face from the inside, color climbing back up his throat, and his fingers, the dead waxen fingers, flushed and then ached and then, blessedly, hurt, the man crying out at the pain of his own blood coming back, which was the most beautiful sound Jon had heard since the night of the gift, because pain is what the living feel, and the dead feel nothing at all. He came back to himself with a ring of black-cloaked men around the fire, staring, and the small man weeping and clutching the hands that had been dead and were not, and the silence of 24 rangers who had just watched a thing they had no song for. Stark blood, Jon said into the silence, which was the lie he had built, and which no longer fit the size of what they had seen, and which he said anyway because it was the only door out of the moment. We run hot, always have. It was a poor lie, and they all knew it, and not one of them challenged it, because a man freezing to death in the haunted forest does not interrogate the brother whose hands are warm. He stood and walked out to the edge of the firelight in the dark, and behind him the murmur started up, low, the murmur Sam had warned him of, half awe and half something colder, and he knew it would not stop now that it had begun. He had made a trade. He had spent a piece of his secret to keep a man alive, and he thought it a fair trade, and he suspected he would make it many more times before the end, and he suspected each spending would cost him a thing that was not a man's life and would be harder to win back. The old bear found him there at the edge of the dark, with Ghost a white shape between him and the tree line. That was well done, Mormont said. He was looking out into the wood, not at Jon, which was its own kind of mercy. And it was a fool thing to do where men could see it, and you knew that, and you did it anyway, which tells me something about you I am glad to know and sorry to need. He was silent a moment. The raven shifted on his shoulder and muttered, I told you, the night I gave you the sword, to keep being friendly with fire, because I had a feeling we would have need of it. I am an old man and my feelings are mostly aches, but that one was true. Go on being what you are, Snow, and let them murmur. A murmuring man is a living man, and out here I will take all the living I can get and count the cost in the spring, if any of us see a spring. He turned at last, and his eyes in the firelight were hard and tired and kind, all three, the way only an old commander's can be. But hear me. The thing in this wood eats warmth. Dywyn smells it and you feel it, and Ghost there knows it better than either of you. You are the warmest thing in 200 leagues, boy, and you have just made yourself warmer in front of gods and men. Bank it when you can. Save it for when it counts. The north is long, and the night is longer, and a fire that burns too bright too soon leaves nothing but dark. He clapped Jon once on the shoulder, hard, an old man's blessing, and went back to the fires. The 8th day brought the cairns, and the cairns brought the thing Jon had been waiting for without letting himself name the waiting. They came on them at midday, a low field of them under the eaves of the wood, the long mounds of stacked stone the free folk built over their dead when the ground was too iron-hard to dig. 100 of them or more, an old burying place where some clan had laid down its grandfathers for generations. The brothers rode through it quiet, the way living men ride through any country of the dead, and then Tywin reined up so hard his Garren near sat down in the snow and pointed with his chin, because he would not take his hand off his axe to point with it. The cairns had been opened, not robbed. A robbed grave is a thing of greed, and there was no greed in this. The stones had been pushed off from the inside. They lay scattered downhill of each mound in the pattern a thing makes when it shoulders up out of the earth and shrugs its roof away. And the mounds gaped, every one of them, black mouths in the white field, and they were empty. 100 graves, and not a bone left in any of them, and around the lips of the nearest, frozen into the snow, the marks of hands, bare hands, clutching, dragging marks, the marks of things that had clawed their way up into the cold and then walked off, unhurried, toward the same dark valley the column was bound for. No one spoke. There was a thing that wanted saying, and not one of 200 men would be the one to say it, that the dead here did not stay where the living put them, that a grave on this side of the wall was not an ending but a door, and that the field they sat their horses in was not a graveyard at all but a barracks lately emptied of its garrison. Jon swung down and went to the nearest cairn and laid his bare hand flat against the cold scattered stone, and the coal under his breastbone read it, and what it read he carried away with him and told no one, not even Sam, not for a long time after. There was no warmth in the stone, which was as it should be, but there was a memory of cold in it, the wrong attentive cold, printed into the rock the way heat prints into a hearthstone, and the print was fresh, and it was the print of many. Whatever had called these 100 up out of the ground had stood here among the open graves not 3 days past, patient, while its new soldiers shrugged off their roofs and came to it. And then it had turned, all of it together, and gone north and west, the way the column was going, as though it knew where the column was going and had always known. He stood up. He put his hand on Ghost's head, who had come to stand against his leg, hackles flat now, only watchful, and he looked at the empty field and the dragging marks and understood that he was not tracking the enemy. The enemy was recruiting ahead of them, and they were walking into the muster. "Mount up," the old bear said when he had looked his fill, and his voice had gone flat and old. "We don't camp in a graveyard, not this one." And they rode on faster, and behind them the open cairns gaped at the white sky, and no man looked back at them, because to look back was to count them, and no man in that column wanted to know the number. The horn came on the 9th night. They had made their camp on a ridge above a frozen stream, and Jon was at the dead-hour watch with the book closed in his lap, and Ghost a white shape down at the tree line, when the direwolf went rigid in the way Jon had learned to fear, the silent, hackled stillness of the first night in the cell, the wolf deciding that noise was a luxury it could not afford. Jon was on his feet before he had decided to be. He reached out with the coal under his breastbone the way the wolf reached out with its nose, and he felt it, far down the dark valley, the attentive cold, the absence shaped like warmth drunk away, and it was not a patch of it now, not a dead village's worth, not a graveyard's worth. It was a tide of it, a front of it, coming up the valley slow and sure and wide as weather, and somewhere in front of that front, driven before it the way game is driven before a grass fire, something living and terrified was running toward the camp through the dark. Then the horn. One long blast, far down the valley, the sound a scout makes when he has seen the thing the whole world spent 300 years agreeing was a story. It rolled up the frozen stream and broke against the ridge and died. And in the silence after it, the camp came awake around Jon, men cursing and grabbing for steel that would not save them, and the old bear roaring for torches, every man to a flame. Jon stood at the edge of the firelight with the cold pouring up the valley toward him and the warmth banked and waiting under his breastbone, no longer a secret to himself and barely one to the men. And he understood that the long, quiet part of his apprenticeship was over, and that the cold side of the world had at last, across all that dark, noticed him back. Chapter 3, in Chapter 4. The fist of the first men, the thing the cold had driven up the valley, turned out to be a man, and the man turned out to be already dead, and the trouble was that no one had thought to tell the man. He came out of the tree line at a dead run while the camp was still grabbing for torches, a wildling by his furs, and he ran the way the truly terrified run, with no thought left for anything but the next stride. And the brothers nearly cut him down before they saw he carried no weapon and was screaming a word that turned out to be a name, a woman's name, some warmth he had lost behind him in the dark. They caught him at the edge of the firelight. He was raving. The cold had got into his lungs and his mind both. He spoke of the others coming, the cold ones, the dead ones rising out of the snow where his people had buried their own not 3 nights past. And he wept and clawed at the brothers' arms and would not be calmed. And then, between one breath and the next, in the full light of the fire with 24 men around him, he died. There was no struggle in it. The life went out of him the way a draught takes a candle, sudden and complete, and he sat down in the snow with his eyes open, and the name still half-formed on his lips, and was gone. Jon felt it happen. That was the part he told no one then. He had his hand on the man's shoulder, helping hold him up, and he felt the warmth go out of the wildling the way a coal goes dark, not slowly, the honest way a body cools, but all at once, drawn out as though through a hole bored in the world, and the coal under Jon's own breastbone flinched from it, recoiling from a cold that did not merely take heat but wanted it, hungered for it, came when it was offered the way a dog comes to a hand with meat in it. "Burn him," Jon said. Hake stared at him. "He's a man, Snow, not a—" He was a man. Jon was already reaching for a brand. "Burn him now while it's still only a body. Do it now, or in an hour you will be doing it to something that is doing it back to you." They did not burn him in time. They argued, the way the living always argue, decent men who could not yet make their hands do a thing their grandfathers had known in the marrow, and the argument lasted no longer than a man takes to say "I won't." And in that little space, the dead wildling opened his eyes, and his eyes were the blue of a far winter sky, the blue of the thing in the Lord Commander's chamber. Distance somehow folded into a color and set burning in a dead man's skull. He came up off the ground with a strength no living man owned and got both hands around the throat of the brother nearest him before anyone had finished drawing breath to shout. After that, there was no more arguing, only fire, and Jon gave it to them. He took the brand and he asked the flame the way he always asked it, under his breath, the want going down his arm and out of him. And the flame came up off the pitch-soaked wood taller than a torch had any right to burn, eager, leaning toward him the way it always leaned, and he put it to the dead thing, and it went up like a rush dipped in oil. This time, with the whole camp watching and no lie left worth the telling, Jon did not pretend the fire was ordinary. He stood in the heat of the burning dead, and let the men see that it did not touch him, that the flames bent around him as a stream bends around a stone, and he saw the murmur in their faces change into something he liked even less than suspicion, which was hope. A frightened man who suspects you is a danger. A frightened man who hopes in you is a weight, and the weight settled onto Jon's shoulders that night and never afterward came off. They pushed on to the fist of the first men, because there was nowhere else left to push. It rose out of the haunted forest like a fist indeed, a great rounded hill of bare gray stone, ringed at its crown by a wall the first men had raised when the world was young, a ring fort older than the wall, older than the kingdoms, older than the houses that ruled them. The men who built it had fought this same enemy in this same cold, and left a circle of stones to say that they had stood here and not run. The old bear took the high ground gladly. High ground was the oldest comfort there was. From the crown of the fist a man could see the country for leagues, the white forest rolling away under a sky the color of a drawn sword, and a man could tell himself, looking out over all that emptiness, that he would see the enemy coming before it came. Jon did not say the thing he had begun to understand, which was that the enemy was already all around them, thin and patient, the way frost is all around a man for hours before it is thick enough to kill him. It was Ghost who found the dragonglass. The direwolf had taken to ranging the slopes of the fist while the men made their camp, and on the second day he came to Jon at the wall and would not settle, turning and looking back the way he had come, the old summons, and Jon followed him down the eastern face to where a root-choked cleft opened in the stone. In the cleft, half buried, wrapped in oiled wool gone black and stiff with the years, was a cache. Sam came down to see it because Sam came to see everything, and it was Sam who unwrapped the first bundle with his clumsy chapped fingers and held up what lay inside. Dragonglass, he breathed. Obsidian, volcanic glass. The Meisters call it the one thing. The children of the forest called it frozen fire. He turned it in the gray light, a long leaf-shaped blade of it, black and glossy and edged finer than any steel ever took, with the cold deep shine of a thing made in the earth's own furnace and never since. There were spearheads and arrowheads and daggers and a great hunting horn banded in old cracked bronze, all of it wrapped and hidden by some hand 1,000 years dead and never come back for. Jon, do you understand what this is? I read it and I didn't believe it, and here it is in my hands. The Watch's vows, the old ones, the very oldest, there's a line in them about dragonsteel, and everyone has always assumed dragonsteel means Valyrian steel, and perhaps it does, but this. He pressed a dagger of it into Jon's hand. The children of the forest gave the first men weapons of this to fight the others, to fight the cold ones in the long night. This is a weapon that works on them. Steel doesn't. Fire does, and this does. This is the thing. Jon held the black blade, and the coal under his breastbone gave a slow, approving turn, the same turn it gave for Longclaw, the same it gave for an open flame, recognizing a kinsman. Frozen fire. He looked at the obsidian, and then out at the white forest where the attentive cold lay thin and patient and waiting, and he understood that he held in his two hands the first true hope the long night had offered, and that no one would believe in it until it had killed something in front of them, and that getting enough of it into enough hands before the killing began would be a desperate war all its own. "We tell the old bear," Jon said. "Tonight. And Sam, we wrap it all back up. Every piece. We carry it out of here, whatever else we have to leave behind. If we must abandon the wine and the salt beef and our own grandmothers, this comes with us." He looked at the cache, at the patient malice of the wood below, and made a decision that was not his to make and made it anyway, the way he was learning too. This is worth more than 200 men. It may be worth more than the whole watch. They worked the dragonglass for 3 days after. Jon and Sam and a handful of brothers Mormont could spare. And it was in those 3 days that Jon stopped being a man who had a strange thing happen to him, and became a man who used a strange thing on purpose, with a plan, the way a smith uses a fire, and not the other way round. The obsidian was old, and some of it had cracked in its wrappings, and the spearheads wanted hafting, and the work was cold work, the kind that froze a man's fingers to clumsiness, and then to uselessness inside an hour. So Jon warmed it. He sat in the middle of the work and let the coal under his breastbone out, a little, banked low and steady, and the warmth came off him the way warmth comes off a hearth, and the men gathered to it without quite admitting that was why they gathered, and their fingers stayed quick, and the work went 3 times the speed it should have. He warmed the pitch so it ran instead of crawling. He warmed the green wood of the new half so it took the glass snug and dried tight as it cooled. When Donal Noy's old hammer trick of heating a rivet was wanted and there was no forge, Jon held the iron in his 2 hands and asked it, and it came up cherry red between his palms while the brothers watched with the round eyes of men at a mummer's show, and he set it and quenched it in the snow and never once was burned. "You're getting better at it," Sam said, low, fitting an arrowhead by Jon's warmth. "Aren't you? A moon ago you could light a candle and frighten yourself. Now you're running a forge with no forge." "A moon ago I was afraid of it," Jon said. "I'm still afraid of it, but I worked something out somewhere south of here. The fear was treating it like weather, like a thing that happens to me that I stand under and endure, and whether you can only suffer, but this isn't weather, it's a tool. And the whole trick of a tool is that the more you use it, the more it does what you mean and the less it does what it likes." He turned the warm iron, considering. "I spent 18 years being a thing that happened to other people. Ned Stark's mistake, the bastard at the edge of the hall. I'm done being a thing that happens. I'd rather be a man who does." Sam looked at him a while, and there was something careful in it, the look of a man watching a friend pick up a heavier load than the friend has yet weighed. "Just remember it cuts the hand that holds it," he said at last. "Every tool worth having does. That's how you know it's worth having." And he went back to the arrowheads, and Jon went back to the fire he carried, and the leaf-shaped blades of frozen fire piled up between them, black and patient, waiting for the dark they were made to kill. The dreams that night were not dreams. He knew the difference now. A dream had the soft give of his own mind making its pictures. This had the hard edges of a thing that had happened, that was somewhere, still, happening. He stood in a place he had never been and knew it for the South, knew it by the heat in the air that was not his own heat, by the red mountain standing bare against a sky too blue and too high, by a tower of pale stone with a host of banners gathered at its foot. The banners were dragons, black on red, 3-headed, beautiful and terrible, and beneath them men in armor bright as mirrors, and Jon stood among them in the dream and was not himself. He was looking out through eyes that were not his, an old grief looking back at the place where it began. There was a chamber at the top of the tower and a bed in the chamber, and on the bed a woman, and the woman was dying. She had the long northern face he had grown up among, the face of the kings of winter carved in the dark of the crypts of Winterfell. His father's face softened into a girl's, and her dark hair was matted with the labor that was killing her, and she had blue roses crushed in one fist, the petals scattered across the bloody sheets, and she held something to her breast that mewled, a child, a new child, hours old at most. A man knelt by the bed, young, dark-haired, his armor still on him and dinted and spattered, and he was weeping without shame, and the woman gripped his wrist with the last of a strength that was running out of her fast, and she said a thing, the same thing, over and again, her lips shaping it long after her voice had failed. "Promise me, Ned, promise me." Jon woke on the cold stone of the fist with the words in his own mouth and the dawn the color of ash, and he lay there, and he did the sum at last, because there was no longer any honest way left to refuse it. A woman with his father's face, dying of childbirth in a southern tower, blue roses, the same blue roses he had been dreaming for a moon and more. A young father in dinted armor, dark-haired, weeping over a newborn, and the only newborn in that chamber was the one at the dying woman's breast. Lyanna Stark had died in the South, in a war, of a fever the songs said, or a broken heart the songs also said, the songs being liars who preferred their women dead of love to dead of blood. And Eddard Stark had ridden home from that war with a bastard at his saddle, and a secret behind his teeth that he had kept for 18 years at the cost of his honest name, guarding it, the way a man guards a thing that gets people killed. Promise me, Ned. Promise me you will keep him. Promise me you will call him your shame so that no man calls him a dead king's grandson and opens his throat in the cradle. Promise me you will hide the dragon in the wolfskin, and not even tell the dragon what he is, lest the knowing put the look of it in his eyes for some clever enemy to read. Jon Snow lay on the bare stone at the top of the world and understood that he was not a bastard, and not in the blood a Snow, and not in the blood a Stark at all. He was the son of a Stark woman and a man whose banner was 3 dragons on a field the color of blood. A man dead these 18 years on the trident with rubies bleeding off his breast into the river. A man whose name Jon had been speaking into the dark of his cell for a moon without knowing why his mouth had reached for it. Rhaegar. The last son of Rhaegar Targaryen, hidden in the cold north, raised to be ice, sent at the last to the very edge of the world to be forgotten by everyone, perhaps most of all by himself. He waited to feel the thing crack him open. Aemon had warned that understanding too soon would break him. He searched himself for the break and found instead a terrible quiet, the quiet of a man who has carried a great stone a long way in the dark, and at last set it down somewhere he can see its true shape. He was not broken. He was, if anything, more whole than he had been an hour before, because the lie he had been built upon had a name now, and a named lie is half undone already. He thought of his father, of Eddard Stark, who would be his father in every way that the word would ever mean anything, who had taken a dying girl's last word and let his own good name go gray beneath it for 18 years rather than break it. And the love he felt for that distant honest man swelled in him until it had no edges, and beneath the love, cold and clear and patient, the new thing, the dragon thing, turning over in its long sleep, awake now and named. He told no one, not even Sam. Some weights a man must learn the carrying of alone before he has any right to ask another to take a corner of them. Jeor Mormont came to the fist 3 days after that, out of the western mountains with 5 hard men at his back, and he looked at Jon the way no one in the wide world had ever looked at him, which was without any expectation at all. He was a tall man gone gray, lean as a winter wolf, with a face that might have been carved from the same gray stone as the fist, and a right hand that ended in 2 fingers and a thumb, the rest of it left in some old fight he never named. He had spent more years beyond the wall than any brother living, and he had the stillness of a man who had long ago stopped being surprised by anything the cold could do, and Jon understood within a moment of meeting him that here was the most dangerous man in the camp, and very likely the most honest, and that in such a place the two were probably the same thing wearing one face. "You're the one with the warm hands," Jeor said, the first night by the fire. It was not a question, and it was not an accusation. He was a man laying a fact upon the table to see what the other man would do with it. The brothers talk of nothing else when they think the cold won't carry the words to me. The bastard who burned the dead and warmed giant back up out of the grave, the bastard with the Valyrian sword. His gray eyes moved over Jon without heat and without fear. There is a kind of man the Watch makes use of and never names, because naming him would mean admitting the Watch is the sort of place that uses such men up. I have been that kind of man 40 years. I think you may be another. And what kind is that? Jon asked. The kind you spend. Jeor held his ruined hand to the fire, the 2 fingers and the thumb, and turned it in the light without any feeling Jon could read in his face. The wall is built of men who were spent snow, every yard of it, every block of ice. The trick of being such a man and living a while is to be the one who decides how the spending goes. A coin spent by another hand buys that hand's bread. A coin that spends itself chooses what it buys. He looked at Jon then, full on, and there was something in the look that was almost kindness and was certainly not comfort. You have a choice coming that you will not see the shape of until it is already on you. When it comes, do not waste your breath wishing it were a kinder choice. There are no kind choices out here. There is only the one in front of you and the speed with which you take it up. The cold rewards speed. It is the one mercy the cold has ever shown a living man. Jon held the man's gray gaze, and felt the truth of it settle into him alongside the other new weights. And he thought of his father's honor, of Ned Stark who had let his name go gray rather than break a promise made to a dying girl. And he understood that he had come to a country where that kind of honor might no longer be enough, might even be a softness the cold would kill him for. And he did not yet know what a man was supposed to do with that. And Horan watched him not know, and seemed satisfied by it, the way a smith is satisfied to see the iron take the first true color of the heat. The cold tightened its fist over the days that followed, and the men felt it as weather, and Jon felt it as a siege. He took to walking the old wall of the fist at night, alone but for ghost, reaching out with the coal under his breastbone into the dark forest below, and night by night he felt the thin, patient cold grow less thin. It was gathering. It was coming in around the fist, the way water comes in around a stone at the turn of the tide, not yet deep enough to drown a man but rising, and rising. And Jon could feel within it now not one cold but many points of it, deeper colds moving through the shallow cold like sharks moving through a tide pool, slow and deliberate and aware. The dead were gathering in the wood below, and something far colder than the dead was gathering them, herding them, the way a man herds dogs, and the herd grew larger every night he stood the wall and let himself feel it. He took Mormont up onto the wall and told him as much of it as a man can be told who cannot feel it for himself, and the old bear listened and looked out at the dark and did not call him mad, which was its own form of courage. "How long?" Mormont said. "Days, not a moon." "I can't be surer than that. It's like being asked how long until a frozen pond will bear your weight. You feel it thickening under you. You don't know the hour it will hold a man until a man goes through it." Jon paused. "Or until it holds an army." The old bear was quiet a while, and the raven on his shoulder shifted and gave its one piece of counsel. "Burn," it said, "burn." "Aye," Mormont said heavily to the bird. "So you have been telling me since the trident near enough." He turned back to Jon. "We came north to learn what was killing my rangers. We have learned it. The wise course now is to run for the wall and tell the realm what we have seen, and pray the realm is fool enough to believe a pack of frightened crows. But Mance Raider's host lies between us and home, 90,000 of the free folk if the scouts have the count of it, and the dead behind us, and winter coming down over all of it like a lid set on a pot. We are in the pot, Snow. I have brought 200 good men into the pot, and the fire is laid." He looked out at the dark a long moment. "So tell me true and spare me the modesty, for there is no time left in the world for it. This fire in you, how much of it is there? If it came to it, if the dead came up this hill in the numbers you are telling me are gathering, could you do to 1,000 of them what you did to the one?" And Jon, who had banked the fire for a moon, who had asked candles and wet wood and a dying man's hands for small and careful warmths, looked out at the dark where the cold was thickening into an army, and he did not know the answer, and he gave the only one that was honest. "I don't know. I have never let it all out. I have been afraid of what it would do to the men around me, and of what it would do to me. But if the choice is between finding out and watching this hill go cold—" The snow had begun to fall as he spoke, the first flakes of it, fat and slow and perfectly silent, the snow that he already knew, from the dreams and from the dead wildlings raving and from the deep certainty of the new thing turning awake in his blood, would not stop now that it had started, would fall and fall until it had buried something. "Then I think the time has come for me to find out. And I think you had better stand well back when I do." The snow had not stopped by morning, and the morning brought the choice Jeor had promised. He came to the old bear's tent at first light with the easy patience of a man who has already had the argument in his head and lost none of it. And Jon was there to pour the wine that no one drank, and so Jon heard it laid out plain. Mance has gathered the free folk in the Frostfangs, Jeor said. All of them, every clan that ever cut another clan's throat over a frozen stream, and he has them under one banner, which no man living thought could be done. He is not gathering them to raid. You do not gather 90,000 to raid a holdfast. He is running from something, and he is digging for something, and I would wager my good hand and the bad one both that the something he is running from is the same something Snow here feels coming up the valley every night. The cold is pushing the wildlings south against the wall, and the wall is all that stands between the cold and the realm, and the realm does not know it is at war. He set both hands flat on the camp table. I mean to go up the Skirling Pass with a few good men and find out what Mance has dug up and how many he has, and whether there is a way to stop him before he breaks against the wall with the dead at his back. A small party, fast, quiet, the kind that lives or dies on not being seen. And you want my steward, Mormont said. It was not quite a question. I want the warmest thing in 200 leagues, Jeor said, to walk into the coldest country in the world, where steel shatters and men freeze in their boots and not freeze. I want a man the cold passes over. I want the one set of eyes in this camp that can feel the dead before they show themselves. His gray gaze moved to Jon and stayed there. And I want to know what he is made of before everything depends on it. Better to learn that in a pass with 5 men than on the wall with 10,000. The old bear was quiet a long while, and the raven on his shoulder turned its head and fixed Jon with one black bead of an eye and said nothing, which from that bird was a kind of verdict. Mormont was an old commander, and an old commander hoards his best weapon and is loath to risk it on a scout, and Jon watched the man weigh his own greed against the harder thing, which was that a weapon kept in the armory wins no wars. He's the only edge we have, Mormont said at last, heavily. And you want to carry the only edge we have up a pass full of wildlings and worse. I want to learn whether the edge holds before we stake the realm on it, Jeor said. There is a difference, and you are old enough to know it. Mormont looked at Jon then, the way a man looks at a son he is about to send somewhere he cannot follow. Well, Snow, he has not asked you. He never asks. But I'll ask, because you went into the dark for me once when wiser men were fumbling for their boots, and a man who does that has earned the right to be asked. Will you go? Jon thought of the warm sword at his hip, and the leaf blades of frozen fire wrapped and waiting, and the cold thickening night by night around a hill full of men who had begun to hope in him, which was a weight he had not asked for and could not now set down. He thought of Jeor's coin that spends itself and chooses what it buys. He had spent 18 years being spent by other hands. Here at last was a hand offering to let him choose the spending. I'll go, he said, but not as a steward and not as a scout who carries a torch and runs at the first sign of trouble. If you want what I am, then you take all of it. When it comes to a fight, you let me off the leash, and you stand well back, and you don't flinch at what you see. Those are my terms, half-hand. I've spent long enough being afraid of myself. I'm done with it. Something moved in Jeor's stone face that might, in a warmer man, have been the beginning of a smile. Those are good terms, he said. I have waited a long time to hear a man set them. We leave within the hour. Bring the wolf. Bring the sword. Leave the steward here. We have no use for him where we're going. They went up into the Skirling Pass before the sun had cleared the trees. 5 men and a direwolf and a bastard who was not a bastard, into a country of black rock and white silence, where the mountains leaned in close enough to blot out half the sky, and the cold came down off the peaks like a held breath, and Ghost ranged ahead with his nose to the wind, and behind them the fist of the first men shrank to a gray knuckle in the snow, and then to nothing. And Jon Snow rode toward the thing he had been afraid of his whole life, with the fear at last walking behind him instead of in front. Chapter 4 in Chapter 5. The Half-Hand's Knife. The Skirling Pass earned its name on the second night, when the wind came down off the peaks, and found the cracks in the rock and made of them 1,000 throats. And the throats sang, high and thin, and without any music in them. The sound a dying animal makes when it has given up on being heard and screams, only because the screaming is the last thing it has left. Quhorn's men called it Skirling and slept through it. Jon lay awake under it and listened, because the coal under his breastbone had begun to feel a thing the wind was hiding, and a man who can feel a thing the wind is hiding does not sleep through the wind. There were 5 of them and the wolf. Quhorn Half-Hand, who led. Stonesnake, a small hard climber who could go up a sheer face like water running backward. Squire Dalbridge, the best bow among them, an old man who had been somebody's squire 40 years ago and never been knighted and never seemed to mind. Eben, bald and broad and built like a stump, who said little and killed efficiently. And Jon, who they had stopped calling Lord Snow somewhere on the first day, because there is no rank up a pass like that one, only the living and the about to not be. "You feel something," Quhorn said. He had come to sit by Jon in the lee of a boulder, out of the worst of the Skirling, and he said it the way he said everything, flat, a fact set down to be examined. "You've had the look since dark, like a hound that's winded a thing the huntsman can't see. Tell me." "Cold ahead of us," Jon said. "Not the wind, the other kind. It's faint and it's high, higher than we are, and it isn't moving the way the dead move." He frowned into the dark, reaching, the way a man reaches into cold water for a drop thing he can feel but not grasp. "There's living men up there too. Warm. A lot of them off to the north and west, a great smear of warmth past the next saddle. That'll be manse. But the cold thing is closer, and it's between us and them, and it's waiting. The dead wait the way a stone waits. This is waiting the way a man waits." Quhorn was silent a moment. The Skirling rose and fell. 40 years I've ranged this country," he said, "and I learned to read it by sign, tracks and droppings, and the way the birds go quiet, and the smell of a cookfare on the wind. You read it the way I read a page. I'll not pretend that doesn't unsettle me. A man my age doesn't like to learn this late that he's been half-blind his whole life and never knew it." He turned the ruined hand over on his knee. "But I'll take the eyes the gods send and not ask too closely after the price. How close is the warmth? Mance's pickets. We'll meet them before we meet him, and they'll be the ones who decide whether we ever do." "Close," Jon said. "Closer than the cold thing by morning if we keep north." They kept north, and they met the pickets at dawn. It was a small thing, as battles go, 4 wildling scouts taken in a high meadow where the snow lay thin over black grass, and it was over in the time it takes to tell, and Jon would remember it the rest of his life, because it was the morning he failed to do a thing he had been told to do, and the failing changed everything that came after. There were 4 of them, and they were good, free folk born to this country, and they nearly took Dalbridge with a thrown axe before Eben got among them. Stonesnake killed one and Eben killed another, and Quhorn, even one-handed, killed the third with an economy that was its own kind of horror. And the fourth broke and ran for the rocks, and Jon ran the 4th down because he was the fastest and because Ghost was faster still, and the wolf had the runner by the leg and down in the snow before Jon's sword could decide the matter. The runner was a woman. He had her sword arm pinned and Longclaw at her throat before he understood it, and then he understood it, and the understanding cost him the half-second a killing wants. She was perhaps his own age, perhaps a year more, with a hard, freckled face and a great untidy mane of red hair come loose from its hood, hair so red it was nearly orange, the red the free folk called kissed by fire and held lucky. She did not beg. That was the thing he would think about after. She lay in the snow with a wolf's jaws on her leg and a Valyrian blade at her throat, and she looked up at him with no fear in her at all, only a kind of furious appraisal, a woman taking the measure of the man who was about to kill her so that she could despise him properly on the way out. "Go on then, Crow," she said. "Do it quick or I'll make you remember it." He did not do it. He stood with the blade at her throat and the want to and the can't fighting it out behind his face. And the can't won, because she was a woman in the snow who had not begged, and because the thing in him that had warmed a dying man's hands could not, it turned out, be made to open a living woman's throat on a frozen morning for the crime of having been born on the wrong side of a wall. He took the sword away. He would tell himself a dozen practical reasons after, that a prisoner could be made to talk, that a guide was worth more than a corpse, that Jeor would want to question her, and every one of them was true, and not one of them was why. Jeor came up through the snow with the others and looked at the woman and looked at Jon, and the reasons died on Jon's tongue before he could offer them, because the half-hand had already read the whole of it off his face. "Ygritte," the woman said when Jeor asked her name. "She said it the way you throw down a stake. And you'll be the half-hand. They sing about you in the camps, you know, the free folk. We've a song about the night you took your hand off your own self rather than let a corpse keep hold of it." She bared her teeth, not quite a smile. "It's not a flattering song. Few of them are," Jeor said. He crouched in front of her, easy, the way a man crouches in front of a thing he has already decided how to kill. He asked her questions. She answered some and lied through others, and Jon, listening, found he could feel the lies, not by any magic but by the old human way, the small overcorrections, the answers that came too fast and too whole. She told them Mance had the free folk gathered in the valley of the Milkwater, all of them, that he had been digging for something in the Frostfangs for 2 years, that the cold had come down hard this last winter and driven the clans of the far north out of their valleys, and south toward the only wall there was. She told them when Jeor pressed of the dead. She did not call them the dead. She called them the whites and the cold gods, and she would not say much, and what little she said in a voice that had gone, for the first time, quiet, the voice of a woman who has seen a thing she would give a great deal to unsee. "That's why we're running," she said. "You crows think we come south to raid your little holdfasts and steal your turnips. We come south because the dead are walking in the north, and the only thing in the world that's ever stopped them is your wall, and Mance means to be on the right side of it when the long night comes. He'd rather fight the men than the gods. So would you if you had the wit the gods gave a goat." She looked at Jon then, full on, and something shifted in her hard face, a question forming. You're warm, I can feel it off you, even here, even now. I've been lying in the snow with a wolf's teeth in my leg, and the only warm thing on this whole cursed mountain is you." Her eyes narrowed. "What are you, Crow?" "Cold," Jon said, "like the rest of them." And she laughed at him, short and disbelieving, because she had felt the lie of it the same way he had felt the lie in her. They made a cold camp at dusk, in the lee of a fang of black rock. No fire, because a fire in that pass was a beacon to things with worse than eyes. Jeor set the watches and took the first himself, and the others rolled into their furs, and Ygritte sat with her bound wrists in her lap and her back to the stone, and refused, with great dignity, to shiver, and lost the argument with the cold the way all the living lost it, by degrees. Jon sat down across from her, not too close, the way a man sits down near a wounded animal he does not want to startle into hurting itself worse. "You'll freeze sulking over there," he said. "Come closer to me, to you," her lip curled. "I'll keep my own counsel and my own cold, Crow, and not warm myself at whatever you are. Suit yourself." He let the silence sit. The skirling had not started yet. The wind was holding its breath, the way it did before the worst of the night. He let the coal under his breastbone up just a little, just enough, and the warmth rolled off him into the small space between them, and he watched her notice it and watched her fight it and watched the cold win the fight for him because the cold always won that one. She edged nearer. She would deny later that she had edged nearer. She edged nearer. "You're no crow," she said at last, low, accusing, her eyes on his face in the last gray light. "I've sat by enough crow fires to know what a man feels like next to one, and it's not this. You're warm as a hearthstone in summer, and the snow melts where you sit, look at it, and you light torches with a look, and you don't shiver, and you don't fear the cold the way every other living thing in this world fears it." Her voice dropped further. "There's an old word for what you are. My mother had it from her mother. The free folk don't say it loud, because saying it loud is how you call the thing it names. But I've felt the dead on this mountain, Crow, and I've felt you, and you're the same magic turned the other way round. Cold one and the other, the fire one." She studied him with a fascination that had stopped, somewhere, being entirely hostile. "Kissed by fire we call my hair, and we count it lucky, a girl with hair like mine. I never knew it was a true thing till tonight. You're properly kissed by it, down to the blood." "And if I am," Jon said, "does that make me your enemy or your hope? You can't have decided. I've been watching you not decide for an hour." She was quiet a long moment, and the dignity went out of her face and left something younger and more tired underneath it. "It makes you the first thing I've seen since the snows came that the dead were afraid of," she said. "And I've stopped being able to afford the luxury of choosing my enemies by their cloaks, Crow. We all have. That's why we're running south to throw ourselves on your wall. When the cold gods walk, you take warmth wherever you can find it, even off a crow. Even off a thing with no name you'll say out loud." She drew her bound hands up and tucked them against her chest, and she leaned by a hair toward the heat of him and did not deny it this time. "Don't get proud about it. I'd still gut you, given half a reason. But I'd be sorry to. That's more than I'd say for most crows, and you can write it on my barrow." "You free folk are very free with talk of barrows," Jon said. "We're free with everything," she said. "It's in the name." And she almost smiled, and the wind chose that moment to find the cracks in the high rock and begin, far off, to skirl. And they sat in the dark a little nearer than enemies sit, the warm one and the kissed by fire one, while the night came down and brought, on its back, the cold. That night the cold thing came down off the high rocks and found them, and Jon stopped being able to pretend to her or to anyone that he was cold like the rest of them. He felt it coming an hour before it came, the way he had felt the tide on the ranging, except this was not a tide. This was a single deep cold, vast out of all proportion to its size, the way a hole in the ice is a small thing on the surface and a drowning underneath. It came down the pass against the wind, which no honest weather does, and the skirling died as it came, the thousand screaming throats of the rock going silent one after another as though something walked among them laying a finger to each mouth, and the silence that came after was worse than the screaming had ever been. "Up," Jon said, already up, Longclaw in one hand and a torch in the other that he had lit with a thought and did not care now who saw it kindle. "Up, all of you, it's here, get the glass, get the obsidian, get fire in your hands." They were good men, and they did not waste breath on questions. Horan had the dragonglass daggers out of the pack and into hands, one to each, and Dalbridge had his bow strung with obsidian-headed shafts, and Eben had a torch, and Ygritte, bound at the wrists, had got herself to her feet against the rock and gone the color of old snow, because she knew, she had seen. She understood exactly what was walking down the pass toward them out of the killed silence. It came into the torchlight, and it was beautiful, and that was the worst thing about it, that the death of the world should come wearing such a face. It was tall and thin, and moved like cold water finding the low place. Its armor, if it was armor, seemed grown rather than forged, pale and faintly blue, and shifting like ice when the light moved over it. and it had a face like a cruel and lovely man rendered in frost, and eyes the blue of the white's eyes but deeper, eyes that were not lit from within so much as opened onto somewhere very far away and very cold. It carried a sword that was a sliver of ice so thin it nearly was not there, and where the torchlight touched it the light seemed to chill and dim. And behind it, shambling up out of the dark in its wake, came the dead. A dozen of them, 24 wildlings by their furs, frost in their beards, hands black, eyes that distant terrible blue. The other did not lead the dead the way a captain leads men. It simply was, and they followed, the way iron follows a lodestone. Eben went at it first, because Eben was brave and did not yet understand, and he swung a torch and a steel axe, and the other turned the axe on its ice sword, and the steel did not bite. It shattered, the head of the axe flying off into the dark in a spray of cold blue shards, and the other moved, fluid, almost gentle, and opened Eben from collarbone to hip with the ice blade, and the broad, strong man came apart in the snow without ever quite understanding that he had died. Dalbridge's bow sang. The obsidian-headed shaft took the other in the shoulder, and the other staggered and made a sound, a high keening crack like a lake giving way in a thaw, and that was the moment Jon understood two things at once: that the glass worked, that Sam's reading had been true, that there was a way to hurt these things, and that there were not enough arrows and not enough daggers and not enough men, that the dead were coming up the pass in a tide behind this one beautiful terror, and that the careful small fire he had been hoarding for a moon was a coin he had been saving for a rainy day, and the rain had come. So he let it out. He had told Mormont he did not know how much of it there was. He found out on the floor of the Skirling Pass with a dead man's blood freezing on the snow, and a creature of the cold gods turning its lovely terrible face toward him. He stopped banking the coal. He opened the flue all the way he had never dared, and reached down past the place where the careful, rationed warmths lived, down to the bottom of himself where the thing that had woken at Longclaw's touch lay coiled, and he asked it, not for a candle, not for a dry branch, not for a dying man's hands, but for everything, and the thing in him uncoiled and answered. And the answer came up through him like a column of sunlight rising through deep water, and Jon Snow through fire. It did not come from the torch. The torch was a courtesy he no longer needed. It came from his open hand, a roaring sheet of it, white at the root and gold along its length, and it went down the pass and into the shambling dead, and they did not stagger and they did not scream. They simply burned, all of them at once, dry winter-killed flesh going up like a field of summer stubble, the frost in their beards flashing to steam, the distant blue lights in their skulls guttering, and going out one after another as the fire walked through them. The heat of it should have driven Jon's own men back into the rocks. It did not touch them. The fire knew its master. It parted around Quhoran and Stonesnake and Dalbridge, and the bound wildling woman the way the flames in the burning tower had parted around Jon, and it went only where he sent it, and where he sent it the dead became light and ash and a smell like a charnel house in summer. The other did not burn. It stood in the heart of the inferno he had made, untouched, the fire bending away from it the way the fire bent away from him, two opposite poles of the same old magic refusing each other. And for a long moment across the roaring brightness, the creature of the cold and the bastard of the dragon looked at each other. And Jon felt it know him, felt the ancient attention of the thing fix on him and recognize him, not as a man, not as prey, but as the other half of an argument that had been going on since before there were men to fight it. Ice and fire. The thing raised its sliver of a sword. Jon raised his hand and the fire with it, and he walked toward the creature through the burning dead, and the heat coming off him was a wall, and the other, for all its beauty and its age and its terrible cold, took one step back, and another. The fire was eating the air around it, and a thing of cold cannot abide the eating of the cold. And the other gave ground before the dragons fire the way the night gives ground before the dawn, grudging, hating it, but giving. And then it turned, fluid, and was gone back up into the killed silence of the high rocks. And the dead were all burned, and the pass was full of firelight and the smell of it. And Jon stood swaying in the middle of it with his hands still raised and his blood roaring in his ears like the sea. Then the fire went out, because he had nothing left to feed it, and the dark and the cold came back. And Jon Snow sat down hard in the bloody melting snow and shook, and could not stop shaking, and it was not the cold. Jeor came and crouched in front of him. The half-hand stone face had a thing in it now that had not been there before, and it was not fear, and it was not awe. It was the cold, hard calculation of a commander who has just discovered that the weapon he brought to test is larger than the war he meant to test it in. "Ebben's dead," Jeor said. "Dalbridge took a wound, but he'll mend. The glass worked. The fire worked." He let a breath out slow. "You burned 30 dead men off the face of the world with your open hand, and you put a cold god to flight, and now you can't stand up. How long until you can do it again?" "I don't know," Jon said through his teeth, because the truth was the only thing he had the strength left to offer. "It's like blood. You can lose a lot of it fast and live, but you can't lose it twice in a night. I'm empty, hollowed. Give me a day. Give me a day and food and I'll be—" He stopped. He looked up at the half-hand, and at Stone Snake beyond him, and at Ygritte bound against the rock with her eyes huge and fixed on Jon as though he had grown a second head, or wings. "You saw what's coming. There weren't 30 of them up there in the dark. There were thousands. I felt them. That one came down to look at us, to taste us, the way a man tastes the wind. The rest are still up there, and there are more of them than there are free folk, more of them than there are men in all the north. The fire can kill them, but there isn't enough of me to kill them all. Not by 100-fold, not by 1,000. Jeor nodded slowly, the nod of a man whose reckoning has only been confirmed. He stood, and he looked up the pass to where the other had gone, and then north and west to where the warmth of 90,000 wildlings smeared the dark. And Jon watched the man arrive, in the space of 3 breaths, at a conclusion Jon already dreaded, because he had felt its shape coming the way he felt the cold come. "Then we don't win this with your fire," Jeor said. "Your fire is a knife, and a knife is a fine thing to have, but you do not stop an avalanche with a knife. We win this, if we win it at all, with the wall, and with the realm awake behind the wall, and with the free folk on the right side of the wall, instead of dying on the wrong side of it, and rising to swell the very host that means to drown us all." He turned back to Jon, and his gray eyes were very steady. "And to do any of that, someone has to walk into Mance Rayder's camp and learn the whole of his strength, and the way he means to break the wall, and whether there is anything in him a man might reason with before the dead make the question moot. A crow can't do that. A crow gets his throat cut at the first picket. It would take a man the free folk might believe had turned his cloak, a man with a reason they'd credit, a man who'd already shown them a thing no crow should be able to do. The fire was out, and the cold was back, and Jon understood what was being asked of him, and the understanding sat in his chest like a swallowed stone. "You want me to turn cloak," he said. "Truly turn it in their eyes. Kill a brother of the watch in front of their witness, maybe, so they'll believe it. Become a thing my father would have hanged. Break the only vow I ever swore." His voice had gone quiet and even. "And you want me to do it knowing the whole time that I haven't broken it at all, that I'm doing it for the watch, so that I can carry it like a coal in a closed fist all the way into the enemy's camp, and never once let it warm my face, because the moment it shows I'm dead and the realm stays asleep, and the dead come over the wall in the dark." "Yes," Jeor said. He did not soften it. That was, Jon would think later, the last and greatest courtesy the man ever did him, that he did not soften it. "That is exactly what I want." It is a foul thing to ask of any man, and a fouler thing to ask of a man with your particular curse, who could burn his way out of any cage they put him in and never need to lie at all. I am asking you to be small when you have just learned you can be enormous. I am asking you to put the knife away and pick up the worse weapon, the one that cuts the hand that holds it every single time. He crouched again, level with Jon, and lowered his voice so that only Jon would hear it under the wind. The free folk have a saying. We are the watchers on the wall, they say of us, and they mean it as a mockery because they think we watch and do nothing. But there is a thing worse than watching, Snow, and it is this: to know the war and to hold the only weapon that might win it, and to spend it all in one bright hour on 30 corpses in a pass, and have nothing left when the real night comes. I will not let you be that man. You are worth more than 30 corpses. You may be worth the realm. So you will go cold into the cold, and you will carry the fire hidden, and when the hour comes that it can win and not merely blaze, you will let it out, and not one heartbeat before. Jon looked past him to Ygritte, the kissed-by-fire woman who had not begged, who was watching him now with the wary fascination of a woman who has felt a man burn the dead off a mountain with his hand and is recalculating, swiftly, everything she thought she knew about crows. She would be the door. He understood that too, all at once, the whole cold architecture of it. She had seen the fire. She would carry the story of it into the camp ahead of him, the warm crow the cold gods feared, and a story like that opened doors that a crow's plain word never would. She was the reason it might work. She was, Jeor had likely seen, the reason Jon had not killed her, and the reason was about to be turned into a weapon, the way everything about Jon was being turned into a weapon, the way he was learning to turn it himself. There's a price, Jon said. There's always a price with you, Half-Hand. Say it. Say the rest of it. And Jeor Half-Hand, who had spent 40 years being the kind of man the Watch uses and never names, told him the rest of it. The order and the lie wound together so tight there was no pulling them apart. And Jon listened, and the wind skirled in the high rocks, and the dead waded up the pass in the killed silence. And somewhere to the north and west 90,000 frightened people huddled around their fires, not knowing that their only hope was a grieving young man on the floor of a bloody pass who had just been ordered to betray everything he loved in order to save it. He did not weep. He had no water left in him to spare for weeping, and besides, weeping was a warmth, and he was learning now in earnest to hold the warmth in. But he understood, sitting there in the cooling ash of the dead he had burned, that something in him that had been a boy that morning was not a boy any longer, and that the Half-Hand's knife, the real one, the one made of duty and lies and the willingness to be small, had just gone into him to the hilt, and that he had picked it up himself, and that he would be the one in the end to decide where it cut. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6. Kissed by Fire. Jeor Half-Hand chose the manner of his own death the way he had chosen everything, coldly, and in advance, and to a purpose, and he made Jon the instrument of it, and that was the last and cruelest of all the things the man taught him. They were taken 3 days down the pass, run to ground by a great shaggy band of free folk under a man who wore a suit of boiled and yellowed bones lashed over his furs and called himself the Lord of Bones, though the crows had always called him Rattleshirt for the clatter he made, and laughed, though never to his face, because the man was a killer and the bones were real, and some of them were not his. There were too many to fight. Dalbridge had died of his wound in the night, and Stonesnake had slipped away into the rocks on Jeor's order, to carry word. So it was only Jeor and Jon and the wolf when the Bone Man's spears closed around them in the gray dawn. And Jeor looked at Jon across the ring of leveled points and said, low and fast and final, "Now. Do it now, while they're watching, and do it true, or it's all for nothing." And then loudly, for the whole band to hear, the half-hand called Jon a turncloak and a coward and a crow who'd sell his brothers for a warm cunt and his life, and drew his sword and came at him. Jon understood. He had understood in the past, when the order and the lie were first wound together. There was no other way to make the free folk believe a crow had truly turned, but to give them the crow killing the most famous ranger of the age with his own hand. And there was no other way to give them that than for Jeor to make it real, to come at Jon with 40 years of skill, and the full intent to kill, so that when Jon won there would be no play acting in it that a sharp eye might catch. So they fought truly in the snow, with the Bone Man's people howling, and Ghost was in it, and it was quick and ugly and over too fast. And at the end of it Longclaw was through Jeor Halfhand's chest, and the gray eyes were looking up at Jon out of the snow, with the last of something in them that Jon would tell himself ever after, was satisfaction. He felt the warmth go out of the man under his hands, the honest way, the slow human way, not the way the cold gods took it, and the coal under his breastbone did not flinch from this death. It grieved it, in whatever way a fire grieves, banking itself low and dark. And Jon knelt over the man he had murdered to keep his vow and did not weep, because the free folk were watching, and a turncloak does not weep for the brother he has just sold. And the not weeping was the heaviest of all the weights he had taken up, heavier than the sword, heavier than the fire, heavier than the name. "Huh," said the Lord of Bones, looking down at the dead half-hand with his skull mask tilted. "Well, the little crow's got teeth after all." He prodded Jeor's body with the butt of his spear. "Kill the wolf." "Touch the wolf," Jon said, rising, and he let the coal come up just enough that the snow steamed off his shoulders and the nearest spearman felt the wash of heat off him and flinched. "And I'll show you what I showed the cold god in the pass. Ask the girl. Ask Ygritte what I did to the dead. The wolf comes with me, Bone Man, and so do I, to Mance Raider, on my own feet, because I've a thing to tell your king that's worth more than my life or yours, and you'll not be the fool who put a spear through it before he heard it." Rattleshirt looked at the steaming snow, and at Ygritte, who had come up among the band and was watching Jon with a face Jon could not read, and the Bone Man made the calculation that all bullies make, which was that this was a fight with no profit in it, and he laughed his ugly laugh and waved his spear and said, "Walk then, warm crow. Walk all the way to the king. I'll enjoy watching him decide how to kill you." They walked 9 days, down out of the frost fangs and into the valley of the Milkwater, and the free folk gathered around them as they went, clan after clan, until Jon walked in the midst of a migration, and it broke something open in him that he had not known was closed. He had been raised on the wildlings the way Southron children were raised on grumpkins and snarks, a darkness beyond the wall, savages, rapers, a reason to keep the gates shut and the swords sharp. And here they were, the savages, and they were a people. They were old women carrying their grandchildren's grandchildren on their backs. They were boys driving thin goats through the snow and singing to keep them moving. They were spearwives with babes at the breast and axes at the belt, and giants, real giants, vast and shaggy and gentle, riding mammoths the size of houses, and the cave-dwelling Thens in their bronze, and the men of the frozen shore with their chariots of bone drawn by dogs, 90,000 souls of 100 quarreling kinds, all of them walking south, all of them with the same thing in their faces, the thing Ygritte had named in the pass. The thing that was not raiding greed, but the older, plainer engine of every migration since the world began, which was that something behind them was worse than anything ahead. "You're surprised," Ygritte said, falling in beside him on the 4th day, unbound now, walking free, his keeper and his door and the one face in all that host that knew the half of what he was. "You crows always are, the few that live long enough to see us proper. You build a wall to keep out a story you've told yourselves, and then you meet the story and it's just folk. Cold, hungry folk who'd as soon have a roof and a fire as kill anybody, only nobody's ever offered them the roof. She glanced at him sidelong. We're not so different, your lot and mine. That's the joke of it. The wall's not between the free folk and the crows. It's between the living and the dead, and your lot and mine are all on the same side of it, only your lot's too proud to look. My lot built the wall to hold the dead, Jon said. And then forgot what it was for and started using it to hold us. She spat. Same wall, different lie. You'll find Mance knows the difference, which is more than any crow king ever did. Mance Rayder did not look like a king, which was, Jon understood within a moment of being brought before him, precisely how he had made himself one. He held no court. He sat by an ordinary fire in an ordinary tent, in a faded black cloak mended with red silk, a lean, keen-eyed man with gray in his brown hair and a lute set by his hand. And he was eating a roast fowl and arguing about a song with a great red-bearded bear of a man who could only be Tormund. And when they brought Jon in, he did not stop eating. He only looked up with bright, shrewd eyes that took the whole of Jon in a single sweep. The sword, the wolf, the steam off his shoulders, the held-in heat. And set it all aside for later, the way a clever man sets aside a thing he means to come back to when it can't see him coming. So, Mance said, the warm crow. Rattleshirt's been telling everyone who'll stand still that you burned 30 whites off a mountain and put a walker to flight with your bare hand, and killed Qhorin Halfhand into the bargain, which last I'm inclined to believe because the Halfhand wasn't a man who died easy and you've the look of someone who's done a hard thing recently and hasn't slept since. He tore a wing off the fowl. I knew Qhorin. Ranged with him before. He was the best of you, so I'll hear why a man good enough to kill him would want to throw in with us, and it had better be a better song than the usual, because I was a crow myself once, boy, and I know all the verses about wanting to be free, and they're pretty, and they're mostly lies men tell to cover the plainer truth, which is that they ran. Jon had had 9 days to build the lie, and he had decided, somewhere on the road, not to build one. The Halfhand had taught him the deeper trick, the one beneath the lie, which was that the best deception is the true thing told for a hidden reason. So Jon told Mance Rayder the truth, all of it but the one buried purpose, and he watched the king beyond the wall listen, and he saw that Mance heard the truth in it and was disarmed by exactly the thing a lie would have armed him against. I didn't run, Jon said. I came north with the old bear and I saw what's behind you in the dark, and I worked out a sum your free folk have already worked out, which is that the dead don't care which side of a wall a man's born on. The watch is dying. The realm's asleep, fighting over a chair while the real winter comes down on all of it. You've got 90,000 people here, and every one of them that dies on the wrong side of the wall stands back up and joins the thing that killed them. That's not a war you win by raiding holdfasts, and it's not a war the crows win by holding a gate against you. It's a war everybody loses separately, unless somebody's mad enough to do the one thing nobody's done in 8,000 years, which is put the living on the same side. He met the king's bright eyes. I don't know yet if you're that somebody. But you're the only one trying, so here I am to find out. Tormund laughed, a great booming thing that shook the tent. Ha, I like him, Mance. He talks like you, all sideways and clever, and he's got a wolf the size of my first wife. Keep him. But Mance did not laugh. Mance looked at Jon for a long, quiet moment over the fire, and the bright eyes had gone very still, and Jon felt himself being weighed on a scale he could not see, and he understood that this man had read more of him in 100 words than Thorn had read in a year of hating him, and that the held-in heat and the held-in name were both, suddenly, in great danger. You're a strange crow, Mance said at last softly. You've a Stark's face, oh, don't startle, boy. I've stood in Winterfell's hall and looked at the Stark dead carved in the crypt, the long faces. I know one when I see it, and you've got it. Ned Stark's bastard, they'd have called you. But there's a thing in you that's no Stark at all. A thing I felt the moment they walked you in. The same thing I feel off a forge, off a wildfire, off." He paused, and his eyes sharpened to points. "Off the stories my grandmother told of the Dragon Lords before there was a wall, when the world was younger and worse. I don't know what you are, Jon Snow, but I know it's bigger than a turned cloak, and I know you're not telling me the whole of it, and I'm going to let you stay anyway because the dead are coming and I'll take any fire I can get, even one that won't tell me its name." He picked up his lute. "But hear me, I'll be watching you. And the day I decide the thing you're hiding is a knife meant for my people's backs, I'll not give you the chance to burn your way out. Tormund, find him a place. Put the girl in charge of him. She found him. She can keep him." He plucked a string. "Welcome to the free folk, dragon. Try not to burn the tents down." He lived among the free folk for the better part of a moon, and they made it harder to be a spy than any prison ever could have, because a prison gives a man enemies to harden against, and the free folk gave him, instead, a slow accumulation of small reasons not to want to leave. Tormund adopted him in the loud, careless way the big man did everything. He would appear at Jon's fire of an evening with a skin of sour mead and a fresh outrage of a story. How he had once loved a she-bear through a long winter and got the free folk's giants on her. How he had pulled down a Sky King and earned the name Thunderfist, each tale taller than the last, and told with such enormous relish that Jon found himself laughing in the middle of the enemy's camp, which was a dangerous thing, because a man does not easily betray people he has laughed with. "You don't drink enough, dragon," Tormund told him. The name Mance had hung on him, having spread through the camp as a joke that no one quite believed was only a joke. "That's your trouble. You hold everything in that thick crow's skull of yours till it's like to crack. A man should let it out. Drink, or fight, or futter, the free folk's 3 cures, and you'll not even do the drinking proper." And Jon would drink a little and let a little out, and hate himself a little for the warmth of it and stay. The Lord of Bones did not adopt him. Rattleshirt watched him with the patience of a carrion thing, and twice set traps for him, small ones, a knife left where a turncloak might be tempted. A word dropped about a weakness in Mance's guard to see if Jon would carry it anywhere, and Jon stepped around both without seeming to see them, because the half-hand had taught him that the surest way to seem honest is to be slightly stupid in a useful direction. And a man watching for a clever spy never quite credits a stupid one. But he felt the bone man's eyes always, and he knew that the cover that had been bought with Quhoran's blood was a coat of thin ice over deep water, and that one wrong step would put him through it. The storm settled the matter, the way the cold always settled matters in the end. It came down out of the north in the 3rd week, a true howling whiteness, the kind that erases the world and leaves a man 6 feet of screaming snow to die in, and the host hunkered down under it. And in the worst of it, a clan of the frozen shore lost their bearings making for the main camp, and a clutch of them foundered in a drift not 200 paces from the fires. A woman and 3 children and an old man, close enough to be heard and too far to be reached. Because to go out into that white was to die in it, and the free folk, who were not cruel but were practical the way only the very poor and the very cold can be, had begun, with grief and without hope, to let them go. Jon went out into it. He did not decide to in any way he could have explained to Mance or to himself. He heard the woman's voice thin and failing under the wind, calling a child's name the way the dead wildling had called a name in the past. And the held breath he had been holding for 3 weeks went out of him, and he walked into the white with the coal under his breastbone opened wide, and the snow turned to warm rain in a circle around him as he went, and the wind that should have killed him broke on the heat of him like surf on a stone. He found them by feel, by the failing warmths the cold was eating, and he gathered them in, the children first, and he made of himself a furnace there in the heart of the storm, and he walked them back, all 5, through a corridor of melting white that closed behind him as he passed, and he brought them into the firelight steaming and alive, the children weeping with the pain of their blood coming back, which was the most beautiful sound always because it was the sound of the living. The free folk did not cheer. That was not their way, but the manner in which they looked at him changed, all of them, all at once, and Ygritte, who had stood at the edge of the fires with her bow strung and her face white, watching him walk into a death no man walks out of and walk back out of it with 5 souls in his arms, looked at him with something in her hard freckled face that had stopped, entirely being suspicion. "There's your name, then," she said low, when he set the last child down. "Not dragon. Mance gave you that one to needle you, and to needle them, the one still calling you crow behind their teeth. But there's your true one now, and it's the old lucky one, and you've earned it down to the bone." She put her hand flat on his chest, over the coal, where the heat of him beat like a second heart. "Kissed by fire. There's not a soul in this camp will raise a hand to you now, Jon Snow. You've gone and made yourself one of us, whether you meant to or number, and the trouble, the whole bitter trouble of it, was that he had not meant to, and that it had happened anyway, and that the man Quhorin had sent to betray these people had gone, and saved 5 of them in a storm for no reason a spy could justify, only for the plain human reason that he could not stand by a wall, any wall, and listen to the living die on the wrong side of it. He felt the plan cracking under him like the thin ice it was. He felt the coin he was meant to spend deciding slowly, against his will, what it wanted to buy. The dream came that night, and it finished the thing the dream on the fist had begun. He was in the south again, in the heat that was not his heat, but this time he was not in the dying woman's chamber. He was below, at the foot of the tower of pale stone, in the red dawn, and there were 7 men, and there were 3, and they fought. He knew, the way you know things in the deep dreams, who they were. The 3 wore white cloaks gone gray with road dust, the Kingsguard, the finest swords in the world, and one of them had a hand that the dream told him would one day be famous. And they had been set here by a dead king to guard this tower, and they had not gone to the Trident, had not gone to King's Landing, had stayed here at the end of the world, guarding a tower with one dying woman in it. And a man named Eddard Stark and 6 companions had come to it out of a one war. And the 2 sides had looked at each other, and there had been words, terrible, quiet, courteous words, and then there had been swords, because some duties can only be settled with swords. They all died but 2. The dream showed it to him without mercy and without glory, the way real killing is, ugly and fast and full of grunting, until the snow at the tower's foot, no, not snow, the dry red dust was wet, and only Eddard Stark stood, and one other leaning on a spear, and above them from the tower's high window a woman's voice was screaming, screaming, and then not screaming, and Eddard Stark turned his face up toward the silence with a thing in it that Jon had never once seen on his father's living face. A grief that had torn the bottom out of the world, and he went up into the tower, and the dream went up with him. And there was the bed, and the blood, and the blue roses, and the dying girl, and the babe, and the words. "Promise me, Ned, he's Rhaegar's son. Robert will kill him if he ever learns of it. He'll see the dragon in him, and he'll kill him. The way he killed the others, the babes, he'll call it mercy, and he'll do it. Promise me you'll keep him safe. Promise me you'll call him your own shame and let them think the worst of you. Let them all think it. I don't care. Only keep him. Swear it, Ned. Swear it to me." And Eddard Stark, with his sister's blood on his hands, swore it, and took the child. And the dream, at the last, did a thing it had never done before. The babe in the dying woman's arms turned its small, unfocused new eyes, and they were gray, stark gray, the wolf's gray, and Jon, watching, understood that he was looking at himself, at the first hour of himself, and that everything he had ever been told about who he was had been the keeping of a dying woman's last word by the most honorable man who ever lived. And the weight of that love and that lie was so vast that it followed him up out of sleep and sat on his chest in the dark of the wildling camp like a stone. And he lay under it, awake, until the gray dawn, and did not move, and did not make a sound, because there was a spearwife sleeping near, and a king watching, and a host of 90,000, and not one soul in all the world he could tell. Ygritte found him at the weirwood 3 days later, and there, in the end, he told her, not the name, never the name, but the nearer truth, the human one, and the telling, and what came after it was the one warmth he let himself have in all that long, cold deception. And he never afterward called it a mistake, whatever else he called it. She had taken him up the valley to a grove of the old trees, the heart trees, the weirwoods with their bone-white bark and their bloody leaves and their carved faces weeping red, because she said a man ought to know the free folks' gods if he meant to live among them. And the free folks' gods were the old gods, the same the Starks kept, the gods of the wood and the stone and the things that have no names. There was a cave behind the grove, out of the wind, and a hot spring at the back of it that steamed and ran, a pocket of warmth in all that cold, and it was there, by the steaming water in the dark, that the held-in thing in Jon finally found one small place it was permitted to come out. "You carry too much, Jon Snow," she said in the dark close. "I've watched you. You hold it all in like a man holding his breath under water, the heat and whatever sorrows eating you and the great secret you'll not say. A man can't live held like that. He drowns, even with all the air in the world, if he never lets his breath go." Her hand found his face, rough and warm. "Let it go, just here, just now. There's no king watching in here, and no crows and no gods but the dumb old trees, and they don't judge, they only remember. Let it go for one night and be a man and not a held breath. You know nothing about how to do that, do you? Not a thing." She was nearer now. "Let me show you then. It's the one thing the free folk truly know that your lot never learned. How to be warm while you still can." And Jon Snow, who had been cold his whole life in the warm south and warm beyond all reason in the cold north, who had carried a sword and a fire and a name and a murdered friend, let his breath go, there in the dark by the steaming water, and for one night was not a weapon and not a secret and not the last son of a dead house, but only a young man with a young woman who had not begged in the snow, and the longing he had been holding in alongside everything else came out of him at last. And it was the only thing he let out whole, and he was not sorry. In the cold before dawn she slept, and he did not, and he lay listening to the dumb old trees remember, and far off under everything he felt the great smear of warmth that was the host, and beyond it the deeper cold that was the dead, gaining, always gaining, and somewhere in the camp a king who had named him Dragon and meant to break the wall. And Jon understood that he had reached the bottom of the half-hand's plan, the place where the coin had to choose what it bought. He had what he had been sent for. He knew Mance's strength, 90,000 and giants and the bronze thens. He knew the king meant to throw all of it at the wall, and he knew now the thing Mance had let slip by the fire on the second night, drunk on his own cleverness and his own doom. That Mance had been digging in the frost fangs for 2 years for a thing out of the songs, a horn, the horn of Joramun, the horn of winter, that the songs said could wake giants from the earth and bring the wall itself down in a roar of ice. He knew it all, and he knew that to carry it back over the wall, he would have to leave the steaming cave and the woman in it, and turn his cloak a second time, the right way now, the way that would make every word the bone man had screamed about him true at last, and that the warmth he had let himself have for one night was the last warmth this road had in it for a long, long way. He lay still until the light came, and he looked at the sleeping woman with the kissed-by-fire hair, and he made the choice, the way he was learning to make all of them. Not by deciding what he wanted, which was simple, but by deciding what the living needed, which was not, and the two of them, want and need, lay down on opposite sides of him in the dark like the cold and the fire, and pulled. And Jon Snow, son of Rhaegar, son of Lyanna, sworn brother of a watch that did not yet know it had not lost him, chose, and the choosing was the coldest thing he had done yet, colder than killing Jeor, because this time the warmth was a living woman and not a duty. And he was choosing to leave it behind while it still breathed. Chapter 6. In Chapter 7. Oathkeeper he broke from them at the foot of the wall, in the gray before a dawn that did not feel like it would come, and Ygritte put 3 arrows into him to make it true, and he had asked her to, and that was the worst of all the things he carried south. Mance had sent a climbing party over the ice ahead of the host, 200 of his hardest, to take the abandoned castle of the Night Fort or the Shadow Tower's blind side and open a gate for the rest. And Jon had got himself into that party because the climb was his road home. The one moment the deception gave him a horse pointed the right way. He had known it would come to this. He had known since the cave with the steaming water that the coin would have to spend itself at last, and that the spending would cut the hand. He had not known it would be her hand the cut went through, though he should have, because the cold always finds the warmest thing and takes it first. They were at the top of the climb when he made his move, and Ghost made it with him, the white wolf bursting up over the lip of the ice where Jon had hidden him. And in the confusion Jon cut the rope that would have spilled half the party down the cliff and did not. Killed 2 men who came at him and did not let himself feel it, and ran for the stair. And Ygritte caught him at the head of it, bow drawn, the kissed by fire hair wild in the wind, and her face was a thing he would see for the rest of his life. "I knew," she said, "the arrow did not waver. I knew the first night in the pass when you couldn't kill me that you'd not have it in you to be what they made you. You great soft fool, you honorable crow." Her voice cracked down the middle and she held the draw anyway. "You're going back to them, to the wall, to die on it, holding a gate against my people." "To hold it against the dead," Jon said. "Ygritte, the dead are coming behind you, behind all of you, and the only thing that's ever stopped them is the thing I'm running to. If the wall falls, your people don't get the south, they get a grave that stands back up. I can't let it fall, not even for you. Especially not for you, because you'll be on the wrong side of it when the night comes, and I will not let you stand back up with those eyes." He spread his hands, the heat coming off them, and he stepped toward the stair, toward home, away from her. "Shoot if you're going to, but know that I'm not running from you. I'm running for the only thing that keeps you alive. There's a difference. The half-hand taught it to me. A man who knows the difference can do a hard thing and still be honest." She shot him 3 times fast, the way a master archer shoots, and she put every one of them where it would hurt and slow and not kill. The leg, the shoulder, the side, and Jon understood the mercy in it even as the arrows went in, that she was making his betrayal real for any wildling eyes that watched, sealing his story with his own blood the way Jeor had sealed it with his, and that she was, in the same act, refusing to be the one who ended him. Choosing to wound the man she could not keep rather than kill the crow she could not follow. He went down the stair leaving blood on the ice, and Ghost came after, and the last he heard of her was no word at all, only the wind, and he carried the no word south with the arrows still in him, and it weighed more than all 3 shafts together. He did not pull them out. He had not the time, and he had not, for a while, the will. He rode the Garren he found wandering at the wall's foot half to death down the King's Road to Castle Black, the coal under his breastbone banked low to keep him alive, the cold unable to finish what the arrows had started, and he came to the gate of his own castle in the dark of the 3rd night looking like a thing that had crawled out of a barrow. And the men on the wall did not know him until Sam came running, fat and weeping and entirely brave, and got the gate open with his own hands. "You're alive," Sam kept saying, as they got Jon down off the horse and the arrows came out, 1 and 2 and 3, by Eamon's little curved knife and Jon's own held-in fire cauterizing what the knife opened. You're alive, I told them you weren't dead. Nobody believed me, I told them Jon the Fist. And then Sam could not say it and did not have to because Jon had felt the shape of it on the ride, the way the cold to the north had gone quiet and total, the way a great warmth had gone out of the world somewhere behind him. The old bear, Jon said. Sam's round face crumpled. The dead came up the hill, he whispered. Thousands of them, the way you said, the way you felt. We had the glass, that's the only reason any of us. The glass worked. Jon, the obsidian, it killed them, you and the glass. That's all that got us off that hill alive. But there were too many. The Lord Commander held the rear so the rest of us could run. He stood in the gate of the ring fort with that old raven on his shoulder and his sword in his hand, and he held it. And the last I saw of him, the raven flew up screaming the word it always screams. And then the snow closed over it, and we ran, and we did not look back, and I have not slept a night since without looking back. He pressed the heels of his hands to his eyes. He's gone. Most of them are gone. There were 200 of us went up. There were 19 came down to Craster's, and fewer than that came home. The watch is broken, Jon. There's nothing left here but old men and green boys and me, and Mance Raider's whole world coming down on us, and you, full of arrows, half dead on a stolen horse. That's the garrison. That's all of it. Jon stood in the gate of his ruined order, bleeding, and let the grief move through him, the way Aemon had taught him to let fear move through and out, refusing to let it make him small, because there was no time to be small. Because the warmth of 90,000 was 8 days south of where it had been and coming on, and somewhere in the broken castle, there was a thing he needed to be told before the killing started, and an old blind man waiting to tell it. Aemon was in the rookery, as he was always in the rookery, and the ravens did not settle when Jon came in this time. They roused, all of them. A black storm of them beating against the cages, because the thing that walked in was bleeding and burning and barely holding the shape of a man, and the birds knew their own. You came back, Aemon said. He did not turn. His blind face was toward the cold window and the dark north. I told them you would. They thought me a senile old fool mourning a dead boy. But I have lived 100 years and felt 3 dragons born across the world, and I would have felt it if yours had gone out. It did not go out. It came home, full of holes, bleeding on my floor. Sit, child. Sit before you fall, and let me tell you the thing I have been keeping for you since the night you first warmed my hands, the thing I was too cautious to say plain and am now too short of time to say crooked. Jon sat. The old man came to him and put both dry hands on Jon's face, reading him the way he had read him the first time, and what he read made the milky, blind eyes fill. I knew your father, Aemon said. Not Eddard Stark, who raised you and was your father in every way that the gods count. The other one, Rhaegar. I am Aemon Targaryen, Jon, brother to a king, uncle to a king, great-great-uncle in the end, to a prince who died on the trident with rubies in the river and a song unfinished in him. I came to the wall as a young man so that I could not be made a piece in the Game of Thrones, so that no man could put a crown on me and use me against my own blood. I have outlived all of them, every one. I am the last dragon, they used to say of me, the joke of it being that I am a blind old maester at the end of the world who could not light a candle if the realm depended on it. And then an old man in my last winter, the fire came back into the world, and it came back here, of all the places in all the world, in the hands of a boy I had watched grow up calling himself a bastard. And I knew you the moment you touched me, Jon. I knew the blood because it is my blood and yours and his. His thumbs moved on Jon's cheekbones. You are Rhaegar's son, Lyanna Stark's son. The dragon hidden in the wolf's skin, the way the prince that was promised was always said to hide, salt and smoke, a song of ice and fire. I do not know if the prophecy is true. I told you, prophecy is a drunkard's daughter. But I know whose blood is in you, and I know what is coming, and I know that of all the men in the wide world, you are the one standing in the gap with the one weapon that answers the cold. That is not prophecy. That is only arithmetic. And you, of all my kin, were always the one with a head for the sum. Jon knelt with the old man's hands on his face, and the truth, which he had carried alone since the fist, spoken at last by another living soul, and the speaking of it did a thing to him that the carrying of it had not. It set it loose in the world, made it real, made it a thing he could act from instead of only ache under. "Then tell me what to do with it," Jon said. "Not the prophecy, the arithmetic. There are 90,000 wildlings 8 days south of the wall and coming, and the dead behind them, and 19 men and a blind Meister to hold the gate. And I have a fire in me that runs out like blood if I spend it too fast. Tell me how to win, Aemon. You've had 100 years to think. Tell me the sum." And Aemon Targaryen, the last of his line save one, smiled the smile of a man who has waited a very long time to be needed, and told him. They had 8 days, and Jon spent them turning a graveyard back into a garrison. The sum Aemon had given him was a cold one, and it began with the dragonglass. Sam had carried it down off the fist at the cost of nearly everything, the whole cache, the leaf blades and the spearheads and the arrowheads and the great bronze-banded horn, and it had sat in a chest in the Meister's rooms while the broken survivors mourned, because no one but Sam and a dead Lord Commander had understood what it was worth. Jon understood. He had killed with it in the past, so the first thing he did before he slept, before his wounds had half closed, was open the chest and put a blade of frozen fire into the hand of every man who could hold one, and teach them the single fact that mattered. That steel would shatter on the cold ones and the glass would not, and that a man who forgot this in the dark would die of the forgetting. "They won't all believe you," Bowen Marsh said. He was a decent man with a round, worried face and a steward's soul, and he had been left holding a castle he had never wanted to command, and he resented Jon the way a drowning man resents the swimmer who reaches him, which is to say with his whole heart, and against his own survival. "Magic glass, dead men walking, they'll think you've come back from the wildlings raving. Then they'll die thinking it," Jon said, "and the one standing next to them will see the glass work and believe fast enough. I'd rather they believed now, while there's time to learn the grip of it. But I can't make a man believe in the cold until it's got its hand on him. I can only put the weapon in his fist and hope his hand remembers what his head won't." He pressed a dagger of obsidian into Marsh's own reluctant palm. "Keep it on you. You'll thank me or you'll die, and either way you'll have stopped arguing." He learned the garrison in those 8 days, every face of it. There was Pip, who had been a mummer's boy and could make men laugh on the lip of the grave, which is a rarer and more useful gift than any sword. There was Gren, slow and strong and steady as the wall itself, who had been on the fist and come down off it changed, with a thing behind his eyes that did not laugh any more. There was dolorous Ed, who narrated the coming apocalypse with such relentless gloom that men found themselves cheered by comparison. There was Donal Noy, the one-armed armorer, who had forged half the realm's swords before he took the black, and who looked at Jon with the flat, assessing eye of a man who has spent his life judging the temper of metal, and had just been handed a blade he did not recognize. And there were the green boys, too many of them, latchkey thieves and farmers' fourth sons, who had come to the wall to escape one death and found a worse one waiting, and who looked to Jon now because he was the only man among them who did not seem afraid, and who could not know that he was not unafraid, only that he had learned, in the pass and the camp, and on the stair where Ygritte had put her arrows in him, how to hold the fear in alongside everything else. "You've changed," Donal Noy said to him, the 7th night in the armory, the two of them working glass onto hafts by the heat Jon gave off without being asked. "I knew you when you came here. a sulky boy with a chip on his shoulder the size of the wall, wanting to be Ned Stark's son so bad it came off you like a smell. That boy's gone. Whatever walked back through that gate full of arrows, it's not him. He said a spearhead. Some say you're a sorcerer. Some say you're a turncloak, the wildling spat back out. Marsh says you're trouble, which from Marsh is near to praise, since Marsh thinks weather is trouble. The smith's flat eyes held Jon's. I say I don't care what you are. I've been forging weapons 60 years, and a weapon's not good or evil. It's only sharp or blunt. And you are the sharpest thing that's walked into this castle in my lifetime. And there's a war coming that wants sharp things. So point yourself at the enemy, dragon, and I'll not ask another question. The asking's above my station, and the answer's above my pay. Jon looked at the old armorer, at the one strong arm and the empty sleeve, at the leaf blades of frozen fire piling up between them in the heat of his blood, and he thought of Quhorin, who had said nearly the same thing in nearly the same flat voice up a frozen pass, the kind of man the Watch uses and never names, and he understood that the wall had always been held by such men, the sharp ones who did not ask, and that he had become one of them without noticing the moment it happened. At the enemy, Jon agreed. I can promise you that much, Noy. Whatever I am, it's pointed north. Mance Raider's host reached Castle Black on the 8th day, and the battle for the wall began at dusk, and it was the kind of fight the songs would lie about for 100 years, and the truth of it was worse and stranger than any song. They came out of the haunted forest in numbers that turned the snow black, and they brought the things the songs of giants are made of. Mammoths the size of barns, hauling sledges of stone, giants striding among them, vast and shaggy, with clubs that were whole trees, the bronze-clad Thens in disciplined ranks, archers in their thousands, the great curved war horns booming. Castle Black had no wall to the south worth the name and only its handful of defenders, and a sane commander looking at that host, and that garrison would have surrendered the castle and run. And Bowen Marsh, who was a sane commander and a brave enough man and entirely out of his depth, was halfway to saying so when Jon Snow climbed the king's tower, bleeding still through his bandages, and took the war out of his hands. He did not announce it. He simply began to do the things Aemon had told him to do, and the doing of them was so plainly right that men found themselves obeying before they thought to ask by what authority a wounded steward gave orders, and by the time they thought to ask it was full dark and the giants were at the gate and there was no time to ask anything at all. He warmed them first. That was Aemon's first lesson, and the cleverest. A frozen man cannot draw a bow. The defenders' hands were stiff with cold and terror, fingers too clumsy to knock, and Jon walked the top of the wall and the king's tower and the armory roof with the coal under his breastbone open to a steady banked heat, and where he passed, men's hands loosened and quickened, and the warmth ran ahead of him down the line, and they did not understand why they could suddenly feel their fingers, but they blessed it, and they drew, and they loosed. And the arrows that had been falling short began to find the dark mass below. Then he gave the arrows teeth. The braziers along the wall were lit. Jon went down the line of archers and breathed on the arrowheads as they passed. A thought, a want, and the shafts came off the strings trailing fire that the wind could not gutter, fire that knew its master and burned where he sent it. And they fell into the host below and into the dry hides of the mammoths and the oiled wood of the sledges. And the night began, for the attackers, to be made of flame. The first giant died at the second hour of full dark, and it died hard, and it took Pip with it. It came at the gate behind a mammoth, a thing 14 feet of muscle and matted hair with a club that had been a soldier pine an hour before. And the arrows that Jon had given fire to went into it and stuck and burned, and the giant came on anyway, roaring. Because a giant is a great deal of meat to set alight, and it had a gate to break before the meat finished cooking. Pip was on the gate with a dozen others, And the mummer's boy, who had spent 8 days making frightened men laugh, stood his ground when steadier men ran. And he got a dragonglass spear into the mammoth's eye, which was a brave and clever thing, and exactly the wrong thing, because a blinded mammoth does not stop, it panics, and a panicked mammoth is an avalanche with legs. It came through the half-broken gate sideways, screaming, and the gate came with it. And Pip was between the gate and the stone, and there was no fire Jon could call and no warmth he could give that would unmake a thing that happens to a body caught between a falling gate and a wall. And Jon felt the bright warmth of him go out from 40 feet away, the honest way, fast, and could do nothing, and let none of it slow him, and only kept moving, because to stop moving in that hour was to join him. Hold the inner door. Jon was down off the king's tower and into the yard, Longclaw in his fist and the blade gone warm and faintly bright in the dark, the Valyrian steel answering the fire in his hand, the way it had answered it since the first night. Glass and fire, forget your steel, glass and fire, or you're already dead. Gren was beside him, huge and silent and terrible, laying about with an obsidian-headed spear, and dolorous Ed on his other side narrating his own death in a flat voice, and refusing, stubbornly, to actually die, and the green boys behind them with their leaf blades, learning the grip of frozen fire in the only school that ever taught it, and the giants came on, and the Thenns came on behind them. Disciplined and bronze and worse than the giants because the giants were beasts, and the Thenns were men who had decided to win. Jon spent himself carefully. That was Aemon's hardest lesson, the one the pass had taught him in blood. A fire spent all at once on the first hour's enemy leaves nothing for the hour that decides it. So he did not burn them all, though he wanted to, though every animal part of him screamed to open the flue and turn the whole black host to a field of light. He burned what the line could not hold and no more. He warmed the men who flagged. He set the oil along the inner gate alight at the moment the press was worst, and let the flame do the work of 50 swords. He was a banked hearth that night, not a wildfire, and the discipline of it cost him more than the wounds Ygritte had given him, because there is no agony quite like holding back a thing that wants, with its whole nature, to be let go. And still, it nearly broke them. There were too many. For every giant that fell burning there was another, and the Thenns got over the rubble of the gate in the 3rd hour and into the yard, and there was a stretch of that night, a long red stretch, where the line bent, and a man could see the moment it would break and the castle behind it die. Old men and green boys and a blind dragon uncle in his rookery, and the whole long memory of the watch going out in one night in the dark. 8,000 years ending in a yard full of bronze. It was then, with the line bending, that Jon stopped being careful with the small things and made the first of the night's 2 great spendings. And the giants learned, as the whites in the pass had learned, what it meant to bring the cold's own war to the one man in the world the cold could not touch. And when the giants got the gate, when a mammoth dragged the barred outer gate half off its hinges and a giant got its great shoulder into the gap and the inner defenders quailed, Jon went down into the tunnel of the wall himself, into the killing dark of the ice, alone but for Ghost and a barrel of the brothers' lamp oil, and he let the fire out, not all of it, not the everything he had spent in the pass, but a great controlled roar of it. And he sent it down the throat of the tunnel into the mass of climbing men and giants jammed in the ice, and the tunnel of the wall became a chimney, and the screams came up out of it, and the assault on the gate broke, and the giant pulled back burning, and the gate held, blackened and bent and dropped, but held. He climbed back up out of the smoking tunnel into the dawn, and the host had pulled back to the tree line. And the snow before Castle Black was a field of fire, and the dead it had made. And the defenders on the wall looked down at the wounded young man coming up out of the ice trailing smoke, untouched by it, the fire bending away from him as he climbed. and a thing went through them that Bowen Marsh would never be able to put down in any report, a sound that was half a cheer and half a prayer. Because they had all of them, every old man and green boy on that wall, just watched a thing they had no name for, and the only name that fit was the one the wildling king had hung on him as a joke, and the wildlings themselves had taken up in earnest, and it ran along the wall now in the gray light from mouth to mouth, not a joke any longer, a banner. Dragon. The dragon held the gate, the dragons at the wall. Jon Snow stood on the wall in the dawn over a field of his own fire and did not feel triumph, because he could feel, past the broken host at the tree line, past the warmth of the 90,000 who had not yet truly begun to fight, the deeper, colder thing still gaining out of the north, the real enemy, the one Mance had been running from, the one this whole bright, terrible night had been only the smallest skirmish before. The wildlings were not the war. He had always known it. They were only the people fleeing the war, and he had just spent a night and a great deal of his blood and his fire killing the people fleeing the war, and the war itself had not yet arrived. He looked north, into the cold he alone could feel, and the defiance came up in him hard and clear. The one thing he let himself name that morning, defiance, not of the wildlings, but of the night behind them, the night that thought 8,000 years of patience had earned it the world. Not while I'm standing on this wall, Jon said to the cold, quietly, so only Ghost could hear. Not while there's fire in me to spend. Come and find out what's waiting for you then. Come and meet the thing the wall was built to be. Chapter 7, in Chapter 8. The dead things in the wood the morning after the battle they counted, and the count was the kind that teaches a man arithmetic he would rather not know. 41 defenders had held the wall at dusk. 29 answered the roll at dawn. Pip was under the fallen gate, and they could not get him out, and so they burned him where he lay, which was the new mercy, the only mercy the cold had left them. The yard was a black ruin of ash and frozen blood, and the carcasses of giants, vast and pitiable in death. And the men moved through it like sleepwalkers. And Jon Snow moved through it doing the one thing a commander can do the morning after a thing like that, which is to refuse, visibly, to despair. Because despair in a leader is a fire that spreads faster than any he could light. Bowen Marsh wanted to seal the gate and send to the south for help that would not come. Jon O'Slint would have wanted the same. But Jon O'Slint had taken a giant's club in the first hour and was past wanting anything, which Jon could not, in honesty, find it in himself to mourn. Old Donal Noy had died on the inner door with his one arm, holding it long enough for the line to reform, and his dying had bought the castle its dawn. The watch that had ruled here for 8,000 years was, that morning, 29 cold men and a blind centenarian and a fat boy with a head full of dangerous reading, and a host of 90,000 wildlings still camped in the wood not a league south, licking the wounds Jon had given them, and behind the wildlings the thing that no count could number, gaining. So Jon proposed the unthinkable, and he proposed it to the assembled remnant of the watch in the common hall with the dawn gray and the arrow slits, and the proposing of it nearly got him killed by his own brothers before it saved them. We let them through, he said. The free folk, all of them. We opened the gate we just bled to hold, and we let 90,000 wildlings come south of the wall. Marsh came out of his chair as though it had bitten him. Have you lost your wits entirely? They came here to kill us. They came here to break the wall. We held it, at the cost of every good man in this hall, and now you'd open the gate and hand them the thing they couldn't take. They came here, Jon said, because the dead were behind them. You weren't on the fist, Bowen. Sam was. Gren was. Ask them what's coming. Every wildling we kill on the wrong side of the wall, every wildling that freezes in that wood tonight, stands back up with blue eyes and joins the army that means to end the world. 90,000 free folk is 90,000 soldiers for the dead if we let them die out there. Or it's 90,000 pairs of hands to hold a wall that's 100 leagues long and 20 men. We cannot man the wall, brothers. There are not enough of us left to hold one castle, let alone 19. But there are enough of them. The thing we built the wall to stop does not care whether a man was born north of it or south of it. It only cares whether he's warm or cold, living or dead. The wall was never meant to keep out the wildlings. We only started telling ourselves that when we forgot what it was really for. I've been on the other side. I've seen what's coming. I'm telling you, the only way the realm of men survives the winter is if the realm of men, all of it, every quarreling kind, gets on the same side of that wall and stands together. That's not mercy. I haven't got the luxury of mercy. That's arithmetic. It was Gren who stood with him first, big, slow, steady Gren, who had been on the fist and seen the dead come up the hill, and who said only, "He's right. You weren't there, I was. Whatever's coming, it doesn't care about gates," and sat down again. And then dolorous Ed, who said the free folk would probably steal all the food and murder them in their beds, but that this would at least be a change from freezing and being murdered by the dead, and that he supposed he could die of one thing as easily as another. And then, slowly, the rest, because the alternative Jon offered them was unthinkable, and the alternative the cold offered them was worse. And a man will choose the unthinkable over the unsurvivable every time, if you only give him the sum laid out plain. The parley with Mance Rayder took place at the gate in the cold, under a flag neither side fully trusted, and it was the strangest negotiation in the history of the wall, because both kings of it, the king beyond the wall and the bleederless Watch's accidental dragon, wanted exactly the same thing and had spent a night killing each other's people to learn it. "You burned 300 of mine last night," Mance said. He looked older than he had in the tent by the fire, grayer, a man carrying 90,000 lives on his back and feeling everyone. "Giants that can't be replaced, Tormund's own son, and now you stand in the gate and offer to let the rest through. You're a hard thing to hate properly, Jon Snow. You keep changing what you are between one meeting and the next." "I'm the same thing I was in your tent," Jon said. "A man doing the arithmetic. I told you then I didn't know if you were the somebody mad enough to put the living on the same side. I'm telling you now that I am, and I'm asking you to be it with me. Bring them through, all of them, but they man the wall. They fight the dead. They take the black if they're able and stand the watch with us if they're not. Because there's no free folk and no crows on the far side of the dawn. Mance, there's only the living and the cold. And I am so tired of watching the living die on the wrong side of a wall." Mance looked at him a long time, and the bright shrewd eyes moved over Jon the way they had in the tent, weighing. And at last something in the king beyond the wall let go, some last clenched thing, and he laughed softly, without much humor in it, the laugh of a man who has fought his whole life to bring his people to a wall, and is about to give them to the very enemy they were fleeing toward, and find it the only road left. "You know what you're asking me to give up," he said. "I made myself a king to free these people from your kind, and you're asking me to walk them through your gate and put your black cloaks on the ones that'll wear them." He shook his head slowly. "But I felt the same cold you felt, dragon. I dug in the frost fangs 2 years looking for a way to bring your wall down, and somewhere in the second year I stopped wanting to bring it down and started praying it would hold, because I'd felt what was behind me, and a man doesn't pull down the only roof in a storm just to spite the men who built it." He held out his hand, bare, in the cold. "Bring us through, then, and gods help us both. Because we're going to need every quarrel we ever had with each other turned the right way round, at last, against the dark." Jon took the offered hand, and the free folk came through the wall, 90,000 of them, and the watch did not lift a finger to stop them. And the singers would call it the greatest treason in the history of the Night's Watch, or the greatest mercy, depending on the singer, and Jon Snow, who had done it, knew it was neither, only arithmetic, and went on to the next sum. The first days of the alliance were uglier than the battle had been, in their way, because a battle ends and a peace between old enemies does not. There were knifings the first night, 3 of them, crows and free folk settling debts that were older than the truce, and Jon hanged the 2 killers he could catch, one of each, side by side, free folk and crow on the same rope, and made the whole garrison watch and said only, "There is one enemy now, and it is not in this castle. The next man who forgets it hangs whether he's wearing black or furs. The cold doesn't care which of you it kills." Neither do I, and the knifing stopped, mostly, because a hard fairness is the one law that both a crow and a wildling will respect, having so little else in common. He set them to manning the wall, which was the labor that saved them, because men too tired and too frightened to murder each other have at least that in common, and shared work is the oldest peace there is. The long-abandoned castles came back to life under free folk hands, Greyguard and Icemark and Long Barrow and the Night Fort itself. Fires lit in hearths cold 100 years, the gates that the dead would come for shored and watched. The Thens, who were the most disciplined of the free folk and the most like soldiers, took to the black almost gladly, finding in the watches order a thing their bronze-clad culture already understood. The giants would not fit through any door, but they could throw a burning log the length of a bowshot, and Jon stationed them at the most threatened gates and learned their slow, deep speech well enough to thank them in it, which delighted them enormously. Vast, shaggy creatures roaring with laughter at the dragon boy's mangled grammar. And he formalized the one weapon that was wholly his, the sense, the early warning. He could feel the dead across leagues of dark, feel the deep colds moving, feel where the hand would close before it closed, and Aemon had seen at once what that was worth. Every general in history, the old man said, has fought half-blind, guessing where the blow would fall. You will know. You will always know. That is not a soldier's gift, Jon. That is a god's gift, the small, dark, practical kind the gods actually give, which is never the gift you'd have asked for and always the one that keeps you breathing. So Jon slept little and walked the wall much, and learned to read the cold the way Quhorin had read tracks, and when he said the dead would come at Long Barrow and not at Icemark, the defenders moved to Long Barrow, and the dead came at Long Barrow, and the men stopped doubting the dragon's nose somewhere in the first week. It made him strange to them, stranger than the fire even, because the fire was a wonder and the knowing was a haunting, a man who woke in the night and said they're moving and was always right. But strange and trusted are not enemies in a war. A man will follow a thing he fears into the dark if he fears the dark more. You don't sleep. Ygritte accused him, finding him on the parapet in the black hours yet again. You'll burn yourself down to nothing, and then where will we be, with our one fire gone out from never resting it? I sleep when the cold's far, Jon said. It isn't far tonight. It's never going to be far again. He did not look away from the north. Aemon says a king who can feel his enemy can never put it down, that the gift and the curse are the same hand. I used to think being the bastard at the edge of the hall was the loneliest a man could be. I was a child. I knew nothing. He let a breath go. There's a whole castle of people behind me now, 2 peoples looking to me to keep the night off them. I'd not trade it back. But there's no edge of the hall to hide in any more. There's only the wall and the dark and the one man who can feel what's in it. She stood with him a while and put her hand on the back of his neck, warm against his warmth, and said nothing, because there was nothing to say that the dark would not swallow, and her hand said the only thing worth saying, which was that the loneliest place in the world had, at least, one other person standing in it. Ygritte came through the gate on the 3rd day, and the reckoning between them was brief, and it was not what either of them had carried south expecting it to be. She found him on the wall in the dusk, watching north, which was the only direction he watched any more. She had healed of the climb, he had healed of her arrows, mostly. They stood a careful arm's length apart with the dark coming on, the warm one and the kissed by fire one on the same side of the wall at last. You went back to die on it, she said. And you didn't die. And now you've gone and opened it and let us all through, the whole world you bled to keep out. You're the most contrary man I ever met, Jon Snow, and I've met Tormund. She did not look at him. I put 3 arrows in you. You put 3 arrows in me where they wouldn't kill, Jon said. You could have put 1 in my eye. You're a better shot than that. You chose to wound me and let me go. I've had a long ride to think about why. And did you work it out with your clever crow's head? You couldn't follow me over the wall and you wouldn't kill me for crossing it, Jon said. So you did the only thing left. You let me go and made it cost us both so neither of us could pretend it hadn't. He turned to her. I'm not sorry I went back. I'd do it again. But I'm not sorry for the cave either, and I never will be. Both things are true. The half-hand taught me a man could hold 2 true things at once and not be a liar. I didn't believe him. I do now. She looked at him for a long moment in the failing light, and then she did a thing he did not expect. She laughed, the short, fierce laugh from the past, and shook her head. You know nothing, Jon Snow, she said, which he had learned was the closest thing she had to a blessing. But you know a little more than you did. We'll leave it there. There's a longer night coming than any quarrel of ours is worth, and I'd as soon spend what's left standing next to you on the right side of this great ugly wall as waste it being angry. Tormund says you'll get us all killed. I told him you'd get us all killed saving somebody, which is the only sort of killed worth being, among the free folk. And she stood next to him at the wall's edge, not quite touching, and watched the north with him. And that was the reckoning, and it was enough. He went out beyond the wall once more before the end, because Aemon's arithmetic required a number, and Jon was the only man who could go and come back to report it. He took Tormund and Gren and 4 spearwives and Ghost out the gate at Long Barrow into the haunted forest, in the thin light of a day that barely was, to lay eyes on the host they would die against. Because a general who has never seen the size of the enemy will hope. And hope, Quhorin had taught him, is the thing that gets men killed when they should be running, and the thing that gets them running when they should be standing, and the only cure for it is the truth, looked at full in the face. They went a day and a half north, and the cold deepened with every league until even the spearwives, born to this country, went gray and silent. And Jon walked at the head of them, giving off his banked heat so that they could feel their feet, a moving hearth in a dying wood, and Ghost ranged ahead with his nose to the wind and his hackles up the whole way and never once relaxed. And on the second day they climbed a ridge above a frozen lake, and lay down in the snow at the crest of it, and looked north and saw. The dead filled the valley, not hundreds, not thousands. The valley of the frozen lake, a thing miles across, was black with them, a still and silent multitude standing in the snow the way a forest stands, not moving, not needing to move, waiting, rank on rank of the risen stretching back into the white murk, until the eye gave up and the mind refused. Every wildling and ranger and ancient first man who had ever died in the long north standing shoulder to shoulder in the cold, and walking among them here and there. The tall, pale shapes, the cold ones. The captains, beautiful and terrible, ordering the dead the way a man orders his hounds. And over the whole vast silent host, faint and far on the wind, came the sound Jon had heard in the dream, the cold music, the song the White Walker sang to its army, the song of the end of the world. Tormund, who had pulled down a Sky King and loved a she-bear and feared nothing in 850 years of a loud, large life, made a sound in his throat that Jon had never heard a man make, and could not make himself stop. That's the number, Jon said, very quietly into the snow so the cold below would not hear. That's Aemon's number. There it is. He made himself look at all of it, the way a man makes himself look at a wound to know how bad it is, and the dread came up in him cold and total, and he held it through and out, the way he had learned, refusing to let it make him small, because there was no smaller a man could be than this and still be of any use. We can't kill that with fire. Not all of mine and all the glass in the world in 100 years to do it in. Jeor was right. You don't stop an avalanche with a knife. He was silent a moment, watching the cold captains move among their dead. But you can turn an avalanche sometimes if you hit the right stone, and every army has a stone. Even that one, especially that one, it doesn't think like an army of men, it thinks like one will wearing 10,000 bodies, and a will can be broken at the head the way a body can't. I have to find the head. I have to feel for the one cold that all the others answer to, the way the dead answered the walker in the pass, the way the walkers answer something I haven't felt yet. He turned to Tormund. We've seen it. We go back. We don't tell the green boys the number. We tell them we can win, and we make it true by finding the stone before they find our gate. They went back faster than they had come, and did not speak of the valley, and Ghost ran the whole way with his hackles up, and behind them in the white, the host began, at last, to move. The dead came 11 days after the free folk came through, and they came first as a probe, the way a clever swordsman tests a guard before he commits, and the probe cost the watch 9 men and taught Jon the shape of the war he was now general of. He felt them coming as he always felt them, the deep colds moving through the shallow cold, and he had time to get fire and glass to the threatened castle. They had spread thin along the wall now, free folk and crows together garrisoning the long-abandoned forts. And he was there, at Long Barrow, when the first true wave of the dead broke against the wall in the dark. Hundreds of them, climbing the ice with their black hands, climbing where no living thing could climb because they did not feel the cold or the height or the fear. A tide of the risen flowing up the walls faced toward the defenders, and the defenders' arrows did nothing, because you cannot kill the dead with a shaft to the heart. The heart is only meat to them. And for a long, terrible moment the line wavered the way it had wavered in the yard, men screaming, the dead coming over the parapet with their distant blue eyes. And Jon let the fire out, the careful way, the banked way, and walked the parapet, and where he walked the dead became light. He had learned, since the pass, since the battle, a finer control of it. He did not waste it now in great roaring sheets, but laid it precisely. A lash of flame along the climbing tide, a bloom of it where the press was worst, and the dead burned and fell from the wall in cataracts of fire, and the line held and held, and at the dawn the wall was scorched black for 100 feet, and the snow below was full of the ash of the risen, and 9 good men were dead. And Jon Snow stood swaying and hollow with the fire spent down to embers in him, and understood that this had been a probe, a single wave, a finger laid on the guard, and that the hand behind it had not yet closed. Jeor told me I was a knife, he said to Sam after, in the gray dawn, the two of them on the parapet over the field of ash. He said you don't stop an avalanche with a knife. He was right. I can kill them by the 100. I felt how many there are, Sam. Not hundreds, not thousands. I don't have a word for the number. I'm one man with a fire that runs out like blood, and they have a winter's worth of all the dead that ever died in the north, and more every day, and the thing that's hurting them hasn't even shown me its face yet. He pressed his palms to his eyes, hollow, spent, 19 years old and the general of the last war of the living. A knife. Eamon keeps telling me the song is ice and fire both, that fire alone is only half. I've been dreaming it every night. 3 heads, Sam. The dragon must have 3 heads. I don't know what it means. But I know my fire isn't enough, and I know I'm running out of nights to find out what the other half is. Sam was quiet a while, the careful labor of choosing. You found dragonglass because Ghost smelled it and I'd read about it, he said at last. You found the warmth because you needed it to live. You found everything you needed exactly when you couldn't live another day without it. I don't believe in much, Jon. I believe in books and in being afraid and in you. So I'll believe the other half's out there too, and that you'll find it the way you found the rest, one breath before you need it." He shivered and grinned the ghastly brave grin. "It's a terrible way to run a war, but it's gotten us this far, and that's further than the arithmetic said we'd get." The dream that night was the clearest he had ever had, and it did not end at the tower or the song. It went on, into a thing he had not seen before, and woke him cold. He stood again under the red sky with the three shapes wheeling, but this time they came down. They came down out of the burning sky and landed before him, and they were dragons, true dragons, vast and terrible and beautiful, one black as char, one green as old bronze, one gold as the heart of a forge, and they looked at him with eyes that were his own eyes, and the song rose around them, the song of ice and fire, and Jon understood in the way of the deep dreams that the song needed three voices and he had only learned to sing one. That fire was his, and fire was a knife, and a knife was not enough. That somewhere there was ice to be answered with ice and blood to be answered with blood. That the dragon had to have three heads, or it was only a lizard burning itself out alone in the dark. And then the dream turned, the way the worst dreams turn, and the red sky went white, and the dragon's fire guttered, and a cold came into the dream that even the dream fire could not hold, and a figure walked toward him across the white, crowned in ice, with eyes like the death of the sun. And Jon woke with the cold of it still on him, and the certainty that he had at last been shown the face of the thing that herded the dead. He lay in the dark and reached out with the coal under his breastbone north into the night and felt it. The temperature falling past the killing cold, past anything winter alone could make, a cold with a will in it and a crown on it, and behind it rising the whole numberless host of the risen, all of it, no longer a probe, no longer a finger, the hand closing at last. He was up and dressed and on the wall before the horn sounded, so that when it came, one long blast and then another and then a third, the third that had not been blown in 8,000 years, the third that meant the others, the cold gods, the end. Jon Snow was already standing at the wall's edge looking north into the dark that was coming to swallow the world. And the dread rose in him cold and clear and total. The one thing he let himself name that night, dread, and under the dread. Banked and waiting and not yet half enough the fire. Chapter 8 and Chapter 9. The dragon wakes. The longest night began at noon with the sun going out. It did not set. Setting is a thing the sun does honestly in the west in its own time. This was a smothering. A wall of cloud came down out of the north the color of a drowned man's lips, and it ate the thin winter sun whole, and the dark it brought was not the dark of night, which has stars in it and an end to it, but the dark of the deep places of the earth, total and patient, and without any promise of a morning. The free folk had a name for it that they would not say. The crows had a name for it that they had stopped believing in 8,000 years ago. The long night. It came down over the wall, and the cold came with it. And the cold was the thing Jon had felt in the dream, the cold with a will in it and a crown on it, and it fell past the killing cold, past anything the world could make, until the very air ached and the torches along the wall guttered low and blue and afraid. And Jon Snow's fire, for the first time since the night of the gift, faltered. He felt it as the host came on. He had stationed everything he had at Castle Black, drawn the garrisons in, all of it, free folk and crow and giant and thin. Because Eamon's arithmetic said the dead would come for the gate that mattered, and there was no holding 100 leagues of wall against the number Jon had seen in the valley. So they were all here, the last of the living on the one castle, and the dead came against it out of the smothered dark in a tide that had no far edge. And Jon stood on the wall and reached for the coal under his breastbone and opened the flue, and the fire came up in him, and the cold pressed back against it. That had never happened. The cold had always given ground to his fire, the way the night gives ground to the dawn. Now the crowned cold leaned on him, and his fire, his banked certain endless fire, guttered like the torches, drew down, and he understood with a lurch of pure animal terror that the thing hurting the dead had brought a cold so deep that even the blood of the dragon could be made to feel it, that he was not, as he had half come to believe, a sun that the dark could never reach, that there was a winter old enough and strong enough to put even him out. The first wave hit the gate, and the line held by fire and glass, barely, and Jon spent himself on it the careful way, the banked way, and found the careful way was not enough any more, because the cold was eating his fire as fast as he could make it. By the third wave men were dying along the parapet faster than he could burn the things that killed them. By the fifth the dead were over the wall in 3 places, and the yard was a melee of black cloaks and furs and bronze against the silent risen. And Jon was everywhere, Longclaw blazing in his fist, the Valyrian steel answering what was left of his fire and shearing through dead flesh and frozen bone. But he was one man, and the dead were the number from the valley, and he could feel himself running down like a candle in a draught, the coal under his breastbone sinking toward an ember. And for the first time he could see, clear and cold, the shape of the end. That they would lose, that the living would lose, that the longest night would have no dawn, and that he, the dragon, the last hope, the song of ice and fire, would gutter out on the wall like a torch in the deep dark, and the world would freeze over his ash. Gren died holding the inner door, and he died the way he had lived, slowly and without complaint, and exactly where he was needed. The outer gate had gone in the 4th wave, the bent and blackened thing Jon had saved in the first battle finally torn off its hinges by the weight of the dead, and the tunnel through the wall became a throat down which the risen poured, and the only thing between that throat and the yard full of the living was the inner door and the men who held it. Gren had the door. Big, slow, steady Gren, who had been on the fist and come down changed, who had stood with Jon when Jon proposed the unthinkable in the common hall, who had never in his life been clever and had never once needed to be, because the wall was not held by clever men, it was held by men who would stand in a doorway and not move. He stood in the doorway and did not move. He had 3 brothers with him, and then 2, and then none, and he had a dragonglass spear and then a broken haft and then his bare hands, and he packed the door with his own body and the bodies of the dead he made. And he sang at the end, the words every man of the watch knows, I am the sword in the darkness. I am the watcher on the walls, in a flat, tuneless voice with no fear in it, until the cold took him, and even then his body did not fall, wedged upright in the door he had been told to hold. So that the dead had to come through him to come through at all, and they were slow about it. And the slowness saved the yard, and saved Sam, who was 3 steps away and would have been the next to die. Sam did not run. That was the thing Jon would tell him after, the thing Sam would never quite believe of himself. That the same Sam who had come to the wall the worst recruit in living memory, the coward, the craven, stood his ground when Gren fell and got an obsidian dagger up into the throat of the white that came through the door over Gren's body, and killed it, the second walker's thing Samwell Tarly had killed with his own soft hand, and held the door himself for the space of 3 heartbeats until Tormund and the Thenns came up to seal it. 3 heartbeats that were the bravest thing in a yard full of brave dying men. Because they were 3 heartbeats given by a man who had been afraid his whole life, and did the thing anyway, which is the only courage that was ever worth the name. Jon felt Gren go out, the honest way, the slow way, even in the roaring chaos, and he could not get to him, and he did not let himself stop, and he did not let the grief reach him, because there was no room in that hour to feel it. There was only the next white and the next, and the failing fire and the cold pressing down. The deep cold was in everything now. It rhymed the inside of the men's lungs so they coughed blood. It froze the oil in the cauldrons before it could be lit. It crept up Jon's own arms from the outside for the first time in a year, the crowned cold reaching even into the dragon, and his fire drew down and down. The buried sun banked almost to dark, and he fought with Longclaw alone for a stretch, the Valyrian steel doing the work his fire could not, and he felt himself losing, felt the living losing, felt the longest night reaching for the dawn that would not come. The torches were blue. The giants were down, 3 of the great shaggy bodies steaming in the yard. Mance Rayder was somewhere in the press with a sword and a king's despair, spending the people he had spent his life saving. And over all of it the cold deepened, and deepened past anything, toward the absolute, the cold at the bottom of the universe where even fire forgets itself. And Jon Snow understood that the careful banked husbanded fire he had fought the whole war with was going to lose this, that the knife was not enough, that it had never been enough, and that he had come, at last, to the place Jeor had promised him in the pass, the one choice in front of him, and the speed with which he took it. Then the crowned cold came over the wall, and Jon saw the head of the host at last, and knew it for the thing from the dream. It came up the ice the dead had climbed, and where it passed the ice grew, blooming up the wall in fans and spears of frost, and it was taller than the other walkers and older, and its armor was not grown but worn, ancient. A king's harness rhymed white, and on its brow was a crown of ice like a circlet of frozen tears, and its eyes were not the distant blue of the lesser cold ones, but a blue so deep it was nearly black, the blue of the bottom of the sea, the blue of the death of the sun. And when it came over the parapet, the whole host of the dead turned toward it the way iron turns to a lodestone, the way the whites had turned to the walker in the pass, the way every dead thing in the smothered dark answered this one will, the stone, the head of the avalanche, the one cold that all the others answered to. Jon had gone north to find it, and here it had come to find him, and it looked across the dying yard, across the burning and the freezing and the screaming, and it found Jon Snow, and it knew him, the way the walker in the pass had known him, the other half of the oldest argument, and it raised a sword of black ice and pointed it at him. And the dead, all of them, every risen thing in the yard, turned and came for him at once. Ygritte put herself in front of him. He would carry the image of it past the end of his life. The kissed-by-fire woman with her bow, loosing dragonglass shafts into the tide of the dead as fast as her hands could draw, buying him the half-breath he needed, standing between the dragon and the dark, because the dragon was spent and someone had to stand there. And a white got past her arrows, and its black hand closed on her arm, and the cold went into her, and she cried out. And Jon felt her warmth begin to go, the way the wildlings had gone in the pass, drawn out toward the crowned cold, and that. Not the host, not the king of winter, not the death of the world. That was the thing that broke the last lock in him. Aemon had told him long ago in the rookery, do not be too proud or too frightened to let it out. He had been frightened his whole life of what he was, of the largeness of it, of the unmaking it would do to the careful man he had been raised to be. He had rationed himself, banked himself, held his breath under water for a year because he was afraid of the size of the breath. And now Ygritte's warmth was going out of her toward the crown of ice, and the line was breaking, and the world was ending. And Jon Snow looked at the thing he had been afraid of his whole life and understood at last and all at once, that there was no longer anything to be afraid of, because the thing he had feared losing, the small life, the careful self, the bastard at the edge of the hall, was already gone, had been gone since the night the steel sang, and a man who has nothing left to lose has nothing left to fear. And a dragon afraid of its own fire is only a lizard waiting to freeze. So he stopped holding his breath. He stopped banking. He stopped rationing the coal and stopped fearing the size of it, and reached down past the bottom of himself, past the place the pass had taken him, past the place the battle had taken him, down to the very root of the thing that had woken when his bare hand closed on Longclaw's hilt. And he found there not a coal and not a hearth but a sun, an entire buried sun. the whole inheritance of a house that had ridden dragons and burned an empire and married brother to sister for 300 years to keep this exact fire undiluted in the blood. And he took hold of all of it, every last impossible drop, and he let it out. What happened inside him in that instant took no time in the world, and a small eternity in the place where his blood remembered itself. He went down into the dark behind his own eyes, the dark the steel had lit on the night of the gift, and it was not dark now. It was the country of fire he had been dreaming for a year. The red sky, the wheeling shapes, and they came down to him at last. The three of them, the black and the bronze and the gold, vast as weather, terrible as grief, and they did not speak, because dragons do not speak, but they looked at him with eyes that were his own eyes, and in the looking was the whole inheritance. 300 years of it, every dragon lord who had ever ridden the sky and burned the kingdoms and married blood to keep this one fire whole, all of them pouring their long-dead heat down the centuries into the single living vessel that was left, into him, the last, the hidden one, the dragon raised in a wolf's skin at the cold end of the world for exactly this hour. The song rose around them, the song of ice and fire, and he understood it now, all of it. The thing Eamon had told him crooked and the dream had shown him whole. That the dragon must have 3 heads not because it needed 3 riders, but because the song needed all its voices, the fire and the blood and the long memory, and that he, alone, spent, dying on a wall at the end of the world, would have to be all 3 voices at once, would have to sing the whole song in a single throat, because there was no one else. There had never been anyone else. There was only him. So he became all 3. He stopped being a man who had a fire, and became the fire that had once, briefly, been a man. He let the careful self go, the bastard at the edge of the hall, the steward, the spy, the general, every small shape he had worn to make himself bearable to a world that had no place for what he was. And underneath all the small shapes was the buried sun, and he took hold of it with both hands and stopped being afraid of its size, because a thing cannot fear what it has become, and Jon Snow had become, for one instant at the bottom of the longest night, the whole undiluted inheritance of the blood of the dragon, awake, entire, unbanked, unafraid. And the buried sun, which had waited 18 years in a cold body for a hand brave enough to open the flue all the way, rose. It rose the way the real sun rises, without effort and without limit, because that is the nature of a sun, that it does not ration its light, it does not husband its heat, it does not bank itself against a rainy day, it simply burns, gives everything all at once and always, world without end. And Jon stopped husbanding and stopped rationing and stopped being a candle afraid of the draft, and let himself burn the way a sun burns, the way he had been made to burn, the way the prince in the dream had sung of burning, salt and smoke. The song made flesh, and the fire came up through him from the root of the world and out of every part of him at once, and it was not a thing he threw any more, not a lash or a sheet or a column. It was simply what he was, radiating, a living dawn standing on the wall in the dead of the longest night. And the cold that had pressed even the dragon down met the unbanked sun and broke against it like the dark breaks against the morning. Because that is the one thing the dark has never once been able to do, in all the 8,000 years of its patience. It has never been able to outlast the sun. The wall turned today. There is no honest way to tell what happened on the wall in the last hour of the long night, because the men who lived through it agreed on nothing afterward except that they had lived, and that they should not have. Some said the dragon boy caught fire and did not burn. Some said a light came off him that threw their own shadows 700 feet up the ice. Some said the cold itself screamed. What is certain is this: that the fire Jon Snow let out of himself in that hour was not the careful lash of the pass, nor the banked hearth of the battle, but the thing entire, the buried sun. and it came up out of him in a column that lit the smothered dark from horizon to horizon. And the dead did not burn one at a time any more. They burned in their thousands, in waves, the whole climbing tide of them flashing to light and ash as the heat rolled out from the wall. And the frost that the crowned cold had grown up the ice melted and ran and steamed. And Ygritte, in the half-instant before the cold could finish taking her, felt the warmth slam back into her like a tide turning, her blood remembering how to move, the dead hand on her arm crumbling to frozen ash, and she lived. And the crowned cold, the king of winter, the head of the host, did not flee, because it was not a lesser thing that knew to fear. It was the will itself, 8,000 years of patience and hunger, and it came across the burning yard toward Jon through the fire that should have unmade it, its sword of black ice raised, because it had come to end the other half of the argument, and it would not be turned by mere light. And Jon Snow met it in the center of the yard with Longclaw in his 2 hands. And the Valyrian steel was no longer faintly bright. It was a brand, a bar of white fire in the shape of a sword, the spell-forged steel drinking the dragon's fire and giving it back, dragon steel and dragon fire, and the blood of the dragon all at last in one place at one time, the song complete in a single voice though it should have needed 3. They fought and the world held its breath, and the fighting of it was the truest thing Jon ever did. The sword of black ice came down and Longclaw caught it, and where the white fire of the brand met the black ice of the king's blade there was a sound like the cracking of the foundations of the world, and the ice did not shatter the steel this time. The steel was too hot. The steel was full of the sun, and it was the black ice that hissed and steamed and wept. The king of winter was fast, faster than the walker in the pass, faster than anything living, and it was old beyond the counting of years, and it had killed more men than Jon would ever know the names of, and it pressed him back across the burning yard, and the cold came off it in a wall that fought the heat coming off Jon, so that the air between them boiled and froze and boiled again. 2 opposite poles of the one old magic at last close enough to destroy each other. And Jon, spent past spending, burning past burning, did the thing Jeor had taught him on the floor of a pass a lifetime ago. He stopped wishing it were a kinder fight and took the one in front of him fast, because the cold rewards speed, and it was the one mercy the cold had ever shown. He let the king's black blade come, and did not parry it, and took it through the shoulder, the cold going into him, into the dragon, a wound no living man could have survived, and used the half-instant of the king's committed strike. The half-instant Ygritte had bought him once and bought him now again in his memory, to drive Longclaw, the white brand, the sun in the shape of a sword, up under the crown of ice, and through the place where a living thing keeps its life. And he poured the last of the buried sun down the blade and into the heart of the winter, all of it, everything, the whole inheritance, and the king of winter came apart. It did not burn. It was past burning. It shattered the way the walker in the pass had keened and cracked, but 1,000-fold, a sound like every frozen lake in the world giving way at once, and a cold went out of it as it broke, a last exhalation of the deep dark, and then it was gone, only a ring of black ice shards melting in the steaming mud of the yard, the crown among them dissolving, and Jon Snow stood over it with a sword of cooling steel and a wound of pure cold spreading from his shoulder, and watched the impossible thing happen. The thing Aemon had promised and Jeor had not lived to see. The host of the dead, the whole numberless host, all the risen of the long north, every wight on the wall and in the yard, and climbing the ice and standing in the valley a day's march north, fell down, all at once, as one. The will that had stood them up was gone, the lodestone shattered, and the iron filings dropped, 10,000 corpses collapsing into the snow in a single vast soft sound like a forest lying down, and the climbing tide on the wall's face came loose and fell, and the silent multitude in the smothered dark folded to the ground, and the the crowned, will-driven cold, went out of the world like a held breath finally let go. For a long moment after, nothing in the world made a sound. 10,000 corpses lay where they had dropped, and the steam came up off the melting yard in a white shroud that the red dawn lit from within, and the living stood in it where they had been fighting, swords still raised, mouth still open on screams that had no more enemy to scream at, and they looked at the thing in the center of the yard that had been Jon Snow and was, for that suspended moment, still burning, a man-shaped dawn cooling slowly back into a man. No one spoke. There was nothing in any of their tongues, crow or free folk or old tongue or the slow speech of giants, that had a word for what they had watched. They had been raised, all of them, on the same two lies from opposite sides of the same wall. The crows that the dragons were dead and gone 300 years, the free folk that the old powers were a thing of grandmothers' tales. And here, in the mud and the steam and the first true dawn of the longest night, both lies lay dead together with the King of Winter, and the truth stood in the middle of the yard with a sword of cooling steel, and it was undeniable now, undeniable to every soul that lived through that hour, in a way no maester's letter or singer's song could ever have made it. Mance Rayder came through the steam, bloodied a king who had spent his whole people and somehow not lost them, and he looked at Jon for a long moment, and then he did a thing that the king beyond the wall had never done for any man, having made himself a king precisely so that he would never have to. He went down on one knee in the melting mud, slowly, deliberately, where every free folk eye could see him do it. "I named you dragon to needle you," Mance said, hoarse. "Gods forgive me, I thought it was a clever cruelty. I didn't know I was telling the truth." And behind him, through the steam, the others knelt too, the Thens in their bronze and the spearwives and the surviving crows and even, ponderously, the giants, folding down onto the ruined ground, not because anyone commanded it, but because there are sights a living soul cannot stand upright in front of, and the dragon boy burning down to a man in the first light of a saved world was one of them. And then it was only winter. Honest winter, the indifferent kind, cold that merely killed and did not hunger. The smothering cloud broke in the east, and the sun, the true sun, the thin winter sun that the King of Winter had eaten at noon, came up over the rim of the world at last, red and low and ordinary and the most beautiful thing any of them had ever seen, and its light came across a field of melt and ash and fallen bone, and exhausted weeping living men, and fell on Jon Snow where he knelt in the steaming mud over the melting crown, swaying, hollowed, a wound of cold in his shoulder, and the buried sun spent down to a single dying ember. And on the parapet, and in the yard the living looked at him in that first red light, crow and free folk and giant and thin, and not one of them said a word, because there were no words, only the thing Jon himself had refused for a year and could refuse no longer, the thing that pinned a man where he stood and made him look. Awe. Ygritte reached him first. She came across the field with an arm gone gray-white where the dead hand had taken it, alive, changed, the kissed-by-fire hair gone half to silver at the temple where the cold had touched her and would stay silver the rest of her days. And she knelt in the mud beside him and put her good hand against the wound in his shoulder, against the cold that was spreading there. And Jon took the last ember of the buried sun, the very last of it, and turned it inward for the first time ever into his own wound, and burned the King of Winter's cold out of his own flesh, the way he had burned it out of 100 other men, and it hurt, and the hurting was beautiful, because pain is what the living feel. "You great soft fool," Ygritte said, weeping, which he had never once seen her do. "You honorable, contrary, impossible fool, you did it, you turned the avalanche." She pressed her silver-touched brow to his. "You found the stone." "I found the stone," Jon agreed, and his voice came out a wreck. He looked up at the red sun, the real one, climbing now over the wall, and at the field of the fallen dead that were only dead now, finally, decently dead, and at the living staring at him in the dawn, and at Sam, who had come down off the king's tower with tears frozen on his round face and a smile that would not stop, and at the place where Aemon stood blind in a doorway with his face turned up to a sunrise he could not see and could, somehow, feel. And Jon Snow, the bastard of Winterfell who was no bastard, the last son of Rhaegar who had spent 18 years not knowing it and 1 terrible year learning it, knelt in the mud of the wall in the first dawn of the world's longest night and let the awe take him, finally, all of it, because he had stepped fully into the blood at last, and the blood had answered, and the dawn had come, and it had a dragon in it, awake and spent and alive. Chapter 9. In Chapter 10. The blood of the dragon. They burned the dead for 3 days, and the smoke of it stood over the wall like a gray banner. And when it was done, the world was quieter than it had been in 8,000 years, because, for the first time in all that count of winters, there was nothing in the dark to the north that wanted in. Jon felt the absence more keenly than any man could feel a presence. For a year the cold had paid attention to him. He had walked the wall with the deep colds moving at the edge of his sense like sharks at the edge of a fire's light. And he had slept little and woke saying they're moving and was always right. Now he reached north out of old habit, the coal under his breastbone unfurling into the dark, and found only winter. Honest winter. Cold that killed and did not hunger, weather and not a will. The crown thing was gone, and the host it had raised lay burned, and the thing that had stood the dead up would not stand them up again, not in his lifetime, not in his children's, perhaps not until the wheel of the ages had turned all the way round, and the long memory of men had forgotten once more what the wall was truly for. He did not believe it would never come again. Aemon had taught him better than to believe a tide gone out was gone forever, but it would not come in his watch, and a man cannot ask for more than that. To hold the night off for one turning of the world, and to leave the wall standing for whoever has to hold it next. The cost was counted in the yard. In the long rows of them they could not burn fast enough. Gren, wedged upright in the door he had been told to hold, who had to be lifted out of it gently, like a man being woken. Pip, under the first battle's gate, who had made frightened men laugh on the lip of the grave. Donal Noy, one-armed, who had forged half the realm's swords and spent his life buying the yard its dawn. 3 of the giants, vast and pitiable, that the free folk keened over in their slow, deep tongue for a day and a night. Brothers without number, free folk without number, the named and the unnamed. The count of them the kind of arithmetic that teaches a man what victory actually costs, which is everything short of the world, paid out so that the world itself can stand. Jon walked the rows and learned the faces he could, and stood at the burnings and did not look away, because a commander who will not look at his dead has not earned the right to spend the living, and he had spent so very many. Aemon sent for him on the 4th day, and Jon went, and knew before he reached the rookery that it was the last time. The old man was abed, which Jon had never once seen, Aemon being a creature who lived among his ravens as though he were half a raven himself, and the birds were quiet, all of them, ranged along the rafters in the dark, keeping a vigil they understood better than the men did. Aemon's blind face turned toward the door, and there was a light in the ruined eyes that was not sight and was something, perhaps, better than sight. It worked then, the old man said. The arithmetic. I felt it, you know, even here, even blind, even abed. The whole world went white with it for an instant, the way it went white when the 3 were born across the sea. The fire and Tyre. I have waited 100 years to feel that, and I had given up. And you gave it to me at the very end, an old man's dearest wish, granted in his last winter by a boy he taught his letters to. His dry hand found Jon's and held it, and the warmth ran into him, and he sighed, a sound of such contentment that it broke something in Jon's chest. Sit. I am dying, and it is the best thing that has happened to me in a great many years, So do not waste either of our remaining hours grieving it. I have a few things to give you, and then I would like, if you'll permit an old man the indulgence to die warm, which I have not been in longer than you have been alive. Aemon, listen. There is little time and much to say. The old man's grip tightened. You are the last of us now, Jon, truly the last. I am the last leaf on the old tree, and I am falling, and when I am gone there is only you, the blood of the dragon, awake in the world. And the world will learn of it. It cannot be hidden now. 10,000 witnesses saw you turn the longest night, and the story is already riding south faster than any raven. There will be men who come to you with crowns in their hands. There is a war in the south over a chair, and a chair wants a dragon worse than any winter ever did, and they will tell you it is your right, your birthright, the blood of Rhaegar, the Iron Throne, and they will not be lying, and you must not listen. The blind eyes burned. Hear me, child, because this is the whole of the wisdom of 100 years, and it is shorter than you'd think. A dragon is a terrible thing to give a man who wants a throne, and a glorious thing to give a man who wants the dawn. You woke your fire to turn the night, not to win a chair. The moment you spend it on the chair, you become the thing my family always became, the thing that burned the world it meant to rule. Do not be that. Be the other thing, the thing that has never once existed in all our long, bloody history, a dragon that served the living instead of ruling them. You have already begun. You opened a gate you bled to hold, and let in the people you were sworn to keep out, because the arithmetic of the living required it. Go on doing that. Spend the fire on the dawn and never on the throne, and you will be the first of us worth the singing, and the last lie I tell will be a true one, that there was, at the end of the long, bloody song of my house, one dragon who was good. Jon knelt with the old man's hand in his, and the warmth he gave was the only gift he had to give back, and he gave all of it. And Maester Aemon Targaryen, brother to a king, uncle to a king, the last dragon save one, died warm in the dark with the ravens keeping vigil in the rafters, and his blind face turned toward a fire he could feel and could not see, and his last words were not words at all, only a long, contented breath let go. The breath of a man who has carried a thing a very long way, and at last set it down where it would be safe. They buried him beyond the wall, in the haunted forest that was not haunted anymore, under a weirwood. In the cold he had finally stopped feeling, and Jon lit the pyre with a touch and a thought, and the fire stood up straight and gold in the still air and did not lean toward Jon at all, which it had always done, every fire he had ever lit, and Jon understood that the fire was not leaning toward him because it was, this once, leaning toward Aemon. Drawn to the last of the old dragon's warmth as it went up out of the world, and he let it, and watched the old man become light, and did not weep, because Aemon had asked him not to, and a man keeps the promises he can. The fortnight after Aemon's burning was the strangest peace Jon had ever stood inside, because it was a peace, and he had forgotten, somewhere in the long year, that such a thing existed. The wall came back to life around him slowly, the way a frostbitten hand comes back, with pain first and then with use. Free folk and crows worked side by side at the broken gate, hauling the giants' bodies out to the pyres, shoring the tunnel, hanging a new gate of green wood and iron, and the work did what the hangings had only begun. It made of them, day by day, one people, because men who have buried the same dead and rebuilt the same wall cannot go on for long pretending to be strangers. The Thens taught the crows the trick of working bronze in the cold. The crows taught the free folk their letters, a few of them, the curious ones, the children. Tormund installed himself in the Lord Commander's old solar as though he had been born to it, and held court there of an evening, telling tales taller than the wall. And the brothers who had spent their lives being told the wildlings were monsters came to drink his sour mead and laugh at his lies. and a thing that had been at war for 8,000 years quietly stopped being at war, not because anyone declared a peace, but because no one could remember anymore exactly why they had been fighting. Now that the real enemy was Ash, Jon walked through all of it like a man learning to live in a body that had been someone else's. He had been a weapon for a year, sharp and pointed north, and now the thing he had been pointed at was gone, and a weapon with nothing to cut is a strange and restless object. He grieved Eamon in the spare way the dead old man would have wanted, which was by doing the work he had been told to do. He grieved Gren and Pip and Donal Noy by learning the names of the new men who would stand where they had stood, and he reached north 100 times a day out of a habit a year deep and found only honest winter, and each time the absence of the hunting cold was a small fresh wonder, the way the absence of a long pain is its own kind of joy, sharper sometimes than pleasure. You don't know what to do with yourself, Tormund observed, the 10th night, pressing a horn of mead on him that Jon held and did not drink. I've watched you. A man who spent his whole life being chased finally stops and turns around, and there's nothing there, and he doesn't know how to stand still. It's a sickness that the free folk get it after a hard winter. When the spring comes and there's suddenly nothing trying to kill us in half, the camp goes quiet and strange. He clapped Jon on the back hard enough to stagger a smaller man. The cure's the same as it ever was, Dragon. You find a new thing worth doing and you go and do it before the stillness does for you what the cold never could. You've the look of a man with a new thing already half in his eye. I'll not ask what, but don't wait too long to go and do it. A fire that's got nothing to burn turns on itself. I've seen that too. The compact was made in the common hall a fortnight later, and it was the strangest treaty in the history of the 7 kingdoms, because it was made between an order that no longer quite existed and a people who had never had a king they didn't elect, and it held, against all sense, because the man at the center of it had turned the longest night, and neither side could quite bring itself to tell him number the watch would go on. That much Jon insisted on, against Bowen Marsh, who thought it finished, and against Tormund, who thought it a cage. It would go on, but it would not be what it had been. The free folk would hold the wall alongside the crows, not as prisoners and not as subjects, but as the thing the old vows had always secretly described, the watchers on the walls, the shield that guards the realms of men, all the realms, the realm that knelt to the chair in the south and the realm that knelt to no one in the true north, because the dead had never cared for the difference, and neither now would the watch. Men would take the black who wished it. Men who did not would still stand the watch, because the watch was no longer a punishment a man was sent to, but a wall a free people chose to hold, and a thing freely chosen is held a great deal harder than a thing imposed. Mance Rayder would not take the black, a king cannot, even a king who has knelt, but Mance would lead the free folk who garrisoned the western forts, under the watch's banner and his own both, and the 2 banners would fly together, and the singers would not know what to make of it for 100 years. And Jon. They wanted to make Jon Lord Commander, the survivors of the watch in the broken hall, and he refused it, and the refusing was the last lesson Q Horan and Eamon had taught him both, the coin that chooses its own spending. I'm not Lord Commander, he told them. A Lord Commander belongs to the wall, and I find I belong to something larger and harder, and I won't lie to you about which. There's a war in the south, and there's a winter still in the world even with the worst of it turned, and there are 19 castles on this wall standing empty that need filling, and people in the realm who don't yet believe any of this happened and will have to be made to believe it before the next long night, whenever it comes. That's a life's work, and it isn't a Lord Commander's work, and I won't take a title that ties me to one castle when the work is the length of the world. He looked at them, crow and free folk in the firelight. Choose your own commander. Choose Marsh, he's a better steward than I'll ever be, and a steward is what a held wall needs in peacetime more than it needs a dragon. I'll go where the work is. I'll come back when the work brings me. And the fire comes with me wherever it's needed, which is the only promise I can make that's worth the breath, because it's the only one the dead ever feared. He did not say the rest of it, the thing Aemon had warned him of, the crowns that would come riding north with men's wants wrapped around them. He had decided, kneeling by the old man's deathbed, what he would do with the chair in the south, which was nothing for now and perhaps forever. He would let the south fight over its chair, and he would hold the dawn, and if the day ever came that holding the dawn required the chair, he would think about it then, with Aemon's warning in one hand and the arithmetic of the living in the other, and not one moment before. A dragon for the dawn and never for the throne. It was the hardest vow he had taken, harder than the black, because no one would make him keep it but himself, and he meant to keep it, and that meaning was the truest thing he owned. The first crown came riding north before the snows of that fortnight had finished settling, exactly as Aemon had warned it would, and it came not on a man's head but folded in a raven's message. And Jon read it on the wall in the gray light, and felt the old dead Meister's wisdom prove itself within a moon of the speaking. It came from Stannis Baratheon, who had landed at Eastwatch with what was left of an army and a red priestess at his shoulder, and who had heard already the story riding south, the story of the dragon who turned the longest night, and who was a hard, cold, dutiful man with a claim to the chair in the south, and not enough swords to make the claim good. The message was courteous, and it was a trap with courtesy painted over it. Stannis would name Jon Snow a Stark, true-born Lord of Winterfell, if Jon would bend the knee and bring the North and the wildlings and, above all, the fire to Stannis' war. Lord of Winterfell. The thing the bastard at the edge of the hall had wanted, once, more than he had wanted anything, wanted so badly Donal Noy had said it came off him like a smell. They were offering him his oldest dream wrapped around a hook, and the hook was the fire, and the fire was meant for a chair. Jon stood with the message in his hand and felt the want of it move in him, the old want, 18 years deep, the want to be true-born, to be a Stark, to have a hall and a name, and a place that no one could take. And then he felt the other thing, the thing Aemon had given him in the dark with his last warm breath, and he weighed the one against the other the way he had learned to weigh everything, not by what he wanted but by what the living needed, and the scale came down where it always came down now. He wrote his answer himself in his own hand, which was not a lord's hand and not a king's, only a steward's plain. He thanked Lord Stannis for the honor, which was real, and declined it, which was harder than turning the longest night, because the knight had only wanted to kill him, and the offer wanted to be him. He would not bend the knee, he wrote, not because he scorned the chair, but because the fire was not the chair's to spend. There was a wall to hold and 19 empty castles to fill, and a realm that had to be taught, before the next long night, that the dead were real, and that was a life's work and a dragon's. And a dragon spent on a war over a chair was a dragon that burned the thing it meant to save. If Lord Stannis would help hold the wall and feed the free folk, and ready the realm against the winter that would, someday, come again, then he would find no truer ally in all the world than the Dragon of the North. But if he wanted the fire for the throne, he would have to want it forever, because Jon Snow had taken a vow harder than the black, sworn to no god and no king, but to a dead old man and his own waking blood. A dragon for the dawn, and never for the throne, world without end. He sent the raven south and watched it go, black against the pale gold morning, carrying the refusal of the only dream he had ever wept for as a boy, and he found, watching it dwindle, that he did not grieve the dream at all, because a man cannot grieve a small thing he has set down in order to pick up a large one. Aemon had been right down to the last. The crowns would come, and he would refuse them, one after another, for as long as it took the realm to understand what he was for, because the refusing was the whole of the vow, and the vow was the truest thing he owned. Ygritte found him on the wall that night as she always found him, and the parting they had been not speaking of for a fortnight finally got itself spoken, and it was not the parting either of them had feared. "You're going south," she said. It was not a question. "Into the green lands, to make the kneelers believe in the dead and fill the empty castles, and do whatever it is a dragon does when there's no night left to turn." She was quiet a moment, the silver in her kissed-by-fire hair catching the torchlight. "The free folk don't go south of the wall by choice, Jon Snow. We came south because the dead drove us, and now the dead are burned, and there's a whole true north standing empty and free and ours for the taking, the way it hasn't been in 1,000 years. My place is up here, in the cold, where the free folk are free." She turned to him. "And your place is down there, breaking your fool heart on a realm that won't thank you. I've known it a fortnight. I've been angry about it a fortnight. I'm done being angry now. We knew what we were, you and I, the first night in the pass. Two fires on opposite sides of a wall, warm for a while in the middle. That was always going to be the whole of it. It was a good while. It was the best warmth I ever had. I'll not spoil it by pretending it was meant to be more." "Come south with me," Jon said, because he had to say it, even knowing the answer. "And be a kneeler's woman in a stone hall, growing pale." She laughed, the short, fierce laugh from the pass, and shook her head, and there was no bitterness in it, only the clear-eyed acceptance of a people who had never once in their history been able to keep the things they loved and had learned, in consequence, to love them all the harder for the keeping being brief. "Number, you know nothing, Jon Snow, but you know that much if you're honest. I'm winter, and you're the fire that turned the winter, and a fire and a winter can warm each other for a season, but they can't make a home, because the one is always, in the end of the other." She took his face in her hands, the good one and the cold-touched one, and kissed him, once in the cold, on the top of the wall under the stars that had come back into the sky now that the smothering dark was burned. "Go and be good, dragon. It's a stupid thing to be, in a world like this one. It's the only thing worth being. Now go, before I change my mind and follow you somewhere we'd both be wrong." And she went down off the wall north into the true north, into the cold where the free folk were free, and Jon Snow let her go. And it was the last warmth this road had cost him, and he did not call it a mistake then or ever, because the half-hand had taught him that a man could hold two true things at once and not be a liar, and the two true things were that he loved her, and that she was right, and he held them both, on the top of the wall, in the dawn that was coming. Sam found him there at first light, as the sky in the east went from black to gray to the pale gold of an honest winter morning, the kind with an end to it and a noon ahead. "I'm for the Citadel," Sam said. "Eamon's last instruction. There's a Valyrian steel link in a Meister's chain, for the higher mysteries, and there's almost no one left alive who's earned it, and someone has to be the one who writes all this down so that the next time the tide comes in, men aren't starting from grandmother's tales and a few half-burned books. He said it should be me. He said I was the only one stubborn enough to make the gray rats listen. I think it was the kindest thing anyone's ever said about my stubbornness." He was quiet a moment. "I'll miss you. I had exactly one friend in my life, and he turned out to be a dragon, which is a great deal more than most men's one friend turns out to be." "You killed two of the cold ones with your own hand, Sam," Jon said. "You held a door after Gren fell. You read a line in an old book about frozen fire and it saved the world. Don't let the gray rats tell you what you are. You're the bravest man I know, and the cleverest, and the world's going to need the writing down more than it'll ever need the fire, because the fire only turns one night and the writing down keeps the next one from finding us asleep." He gripped his friend's shoulder. "Go to the Citadel, earn the link, and when you've earned it, you come find me, wherever the work's taken me, because a dragon who can't read is just a very large problem, and I'll want the cleverest man I know at my side when the crowns come riding." Sam wept and laughed and went, and Jon Snow stood alone on the top of the wall at the dawn of the new world, with Ghost a white shape at his side and Longclaw warm against his hip, the Valyrian steel that had sung on the night that woke him still humming its low, contented note, the note of a great animal settled in sleep under a familiar hand. South of him lay the realm asleep, fighting over a chair, not yet knowing it had been saved. North of him lay the true north free, where a woman with silver in her fire-kissed hair walked home into the cold. And in him, banked now, certain, no longer feared and no longer denied, lay the buried sun, awake and his own master, the blood of the dragon at last in the keeping of a man who meant to spend it on the dawn. He had taken the black to escape the question of who he was. The question had followed him to the end of the earth and put a sword in his hand and a fire in his blood and a name in his mouth. And he had stopped running from it somewhere in the longest night, and turned and looked at it, and answered it, not with a crown and not with a throne, but with the one true thing he had learned in a year of waking the impossible, that a man does not get to choose his blood, but he gets to choose, every day, what he burns it for. The dawn came up red and gold over the wall, and the cold below could not find him, and the fire within him did not frighten him, and Jon Snow, the last son of Rhaegar, the dragon who served the living, turned his warm face to the rising sun and was, for the first time in all his life, at peace with what he was. Chapter 10. End.